생명보험 등 해운산업과 관련된 다양한 분야의 산업과 연계 발전을 주도하고 있으며 유사시 국방 기능을 수행할 수 있는 국가안보산업이기도 합니다. 세계 제2위의 환적 항만이자 우리나라 최대 항만인 부산항은 컨테이너 물동량의 70% 이상을 소화하는 해운산업의 중심지입니다. 13,000TEU급 컨테이너선 한 척에서 발생하는 해운산업의 경제 규모는 약 3억 원으로 선박의 규모와 화물에 따라 차이가 있지만 선박 입출항료, 저방료, 정방료, 개선료로 구성된 선박료와 화물 입출항료와 화물 채화료 등의 화물료, 항만구역 사용료, 하역료 등으로 구성된 비용을 지급한다고 합니다. 부산항에서 벌어들이는 부가가치는 2019년 기준 연 1조 7천억 원을 돌파하였으며 이는 해운산업의 경제적 가치가 얼마나 대단한지 보여주는 지표가 됩니다. 부산항을 비롯한 인천항, 평택 단진항, 광양항 등의 주요 항만과 그 배후단지를 중심으로 제조업과 유통업 등이 입주하며 항만이 위치한 도시는 물론 대한민국의 큰 경제 가치를 창출하고 있습니다. 해운 수입 100조 원, 선봉량 1억 톤 달성을 목표로 달려가고 있는 대한민국 해운산업. 해운 재건을 통한 공생적 산업 생태계를 구축하여 세계 3대 해운 강국으로의 도약을 준비합니다.
바다가 내어주는 자원을 식탁까지 올리는 일은 쉬운 일이 아닙니다. 우리가 언제든지 신선한 수산물 먹거리를 즐길 수 있는 건 파도와 날씨의 변동에도 변함없이 바다로 나가는 이들이 있기에 가능한 일이죠. 바다를 지키고 수산업을 통해 국민의 건강과 식량 안보를 책임지는 우리 어업인의 든든한 울타리, 바로 수협재단입니다. 수협재단은 국내에 단 하나뿐인 어업인 복지전담 기구로 어업인의 삶의 질을 높이고 어촌 지역사회가 유지되며 발전할 수 있도록 매년 다양한 지원 사업을 펼치고 있는데요. 지역마다 지정병원을 선정하고 경제적 여건이 어려운 어업인을 돕는 어촌 의료봉사 활동과 어업인 건강검진비, 수술 치료비 지원을 통해 어촌 의료 사각지대를 해소하고 어업인들의 교육비 경감과 어촌 발전에 기여할 인재 양성을 위해 수협 장학관 운영 및 수협 장학금을 수여하고 있으며 어촌 공동시설 개보수, 벽화 그리기, 그리고 해양 정화 활동 등을 통한 어촌 환경 개선까지 수협재단은 어업인의 삶의 질 향상을 위해 다방면으로 노력하고 있습니다. 우리 어업인이 수산물을 생산하는 힘은 어디서 비롯될까요? 깨끗한 바다와 내실 있는 어촌이 뒷받침되어야 합니다. 하지만 일본의 원전 오염수 방출 결정, 해양 환경을 고려하지 않는 과도한 해상풍력 발전 추진과 바닷모래 채취 등으로 우리 바다의 생태계가 파괴되고 있고 어촌과 어업인이 무너진다면 수산업계의 미래 역시 장담할 수 없기에 그 어느 때보다 수협재단의 역할이 중요해졌습니다. 바로 지금이 수산물을 키워내 조건 없이 내어주는 우리 바다와 쉽지 않은 여건 속에서 바다로 나아가는 어업인들의 소중함을 다시 한번 일깨울 때 아닐까요? 수산물 소비 주체인 우리 국민의 관심과 기부 문화 확산이 꼭 필요합니다. 믿고 먹을 수 있는 수산물은 살기 좋은 어촌, 행복한 어업인에게서 나옵니다. 우리 어업인이 건강하게 바다로 나갈 수 있도록 국민 여러분의 애정 어린 관심과 지원을 부탁드립니다.
시대는 저절로 찾아오지 않는다. 보지 않은 세상으로 거침없이 나아가는 누군가의 담대한 발견, 도전, 그리고 파괴적 혁신으로 새롭게 열리는 것이다. 새로운 것을 연구하고 미래를 예측하며 시대를 열어가는 담대한 지성. 부산대학교. 우리가 글로벌 연구 중심 대학을 꿈꾸는 이유는 새로운 시대에 대한 해답이 있기 때문입니다. 세계 수준의 연구와 교육 혁신으로 4차 산업혁명 시대의 글로벌 명문으로 도약합니다. 학문 후속 세대의 인큐베이터이자 세계적 석학들이 인류의 미래를 연구하는 곳. 국립대학의 신념으로 지속해온 기초학문 분야 연구의 최강자. 공학과 예술의 융합. 차별화된 융복합 교육 시스템은 혁신적 인프라와 콘텐츠를 만들어갑니다. 블록체인과 핀테크, IoT 분야의 첨단 연구 역량은 금융, 해양, 빅데이터 사회의 미래를 앞당기고 부산, 양산, 밀양, 아미로 이어지는 멀티캠퍼스의 특성화 교육 환경. 그곳에서 키워낸 통섭형 엘리트 인재들은 새로운 지식과 기술로 누구도 경험해보지 못한 시대를 향해 담대하게 나아갑니다. 대학에서 솟아나온 지성의 맑은 물이 지역을 풍요롭게 적시고 더 넓은 세상으로 넘쳐 흐르게 하는 것. 동남권 메가시티의 꿈을 주도하는 국가거점 국립대학. 바로 부산대학교의 책무이자 바람입니다. 대학이 지자체, 공공기관, 산업계와 함께 머리를 맞대어 지역이 필요로 하는 맞춤형 우수인재를 키워내고 포항 지진 원인 규명, 해운대 빌딩풍 연구 등 다양한 지역 현안의 해결을 모색하며 지자체 대학 협력 기반의 지역 혁신 사업으로 대학과 도시의 동반 성장 모델을 만들어갑니다. 국가 균형 발전을 이끌 인재들에게 입학부터 취업까지 더 폭넓은 기회와 혜택을 제공하고 사회기여 융합 플랫폼으로 나눔과 봉사를 실천하며 사회적 리더십을 강화해가는 부산대학교. 그 담대한 지성의 힘으로 또 다른 시대의 문을 엽니다. 기존의 질서가 재편되고 새로운 표준이 등장하는 뉴노멀 시대. 건학 이래 혁신의 전통을 이어온 우리에겐 다시 한번 찾아온 성장의 기회. 우리나라 최초의 종합국립대학의 길을 연 창의성으로 산업화와 민주화를 앞장서서 이끌어왔던 시대 정신으로 자유와 다양성이 역동하는 글로벌 학풍에 첨단 ICT 융합 기술로 새로운 가치를 불어넣으며 뉴노멀 시대 인류의 문제를 함께 해결하는 글로벌 대학으로 나아갑니다. 세계와 소통하며 미래를 선도하는 지식 공동체. (25만) 동문의 저력이 함께하는 무한한 가능성의 네트워크. 멈추지 않는 혁신으로 대학을 넘어서는 시대의 이야기를 써내려갑니다. 대한민국 최초에서 대한민국 최고의 글로벌 명문으로 시대를 열어가는 담대한 지성. 부산대학교.
부산은행이
네, 안녕하십니까. 잠시 후 2023 제17회 세계해양포럼 해양금융 세션이 진행될 예정입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 17th World Ocean Forum Marine Finance session will soon begin. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided. Channel 3 is Korean and Channel 4 is English. To minimize interruptions, please silence your phones.
Is interpretation in this conference, so you can use the device on your table, and channel 3 is Korean and channel 4 is English. Thank you very much. 네, 그럼 저희 본격적으로
And now the session will begin. Good morning. This is the 17th World Oceans Forum Marine Finance Session. My name is Park Se-won and I'm your MC. This marine finance session will discuss the topic of challenge for the future maritime finance. We will be sharing cases of advanced financial systems and discuss the future and direction of shipping finance. This session will be moderated by Mr. Song Nak-ju, former director of Maritime Finance Division of Korea Ocean Business Corporation. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하세요.
Good morning. As introduced, I am the former director of Maritime Finance Division of the KOBC. My name is Song Nak-ju. Thank you very much for taking the time out of busy schedules to join us in person and online. It is an honor to moderate this session. In fact, until last year, we did not have a marine finance session up until last year, but it's the first time we are launching the marine finance session as an independent session. As you know, shipping requires a massive investment. It is capital intensive and involves large facilities. To bring online one LNG carrier, it takes about $170 million to $260 million. So this cannot be financed by a single entity. Most of the financing has to be leveraged from external lenders. And out of shipping cost, the finance cost takes up a large time, and therefore ship financing takes up a large proportion of shipping. At the very first marine finance session, we will be discussing the challenge for the future maritime finance, and we will have 3 presentations and 3 panels. We have a lot of topics that we are facing in maritime finance: ESG, decarbonization, eco-friendly ships, lease, SIC, bond-based shipping, and many other alternative fuels available for shipping. But today we will be discussing the challenge for the future maritime finance in order to expand the base of ship financing. We have 3 presentations. Let me introduce the first presenter.
첫 번째 발표자는 멀리
Our first presenter flew from Singapore to give this particular presentation, Mr. Gerbrand Roigop. In 1999, he joined ING, and in Rotterdam, London, and Singapore. Starting from 2020, he settled in Singapore and serving as a managing director, and he is the head of Transport and Logistics APAC. The theme of his presentation is in line with the theme of maritime finance. His theme is the challenges for ship finance. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Just this one. It's a great pleasure to be here in Busan, to be back, and to see all of you here today. I'm also very thankful for the invitation for ING to be part of this event, and I think there is a very interesting program, and I'm delighted to start with my presentation, which is about the topic, the challenges for ship finance. In the next 15 minutes, I will take you through the following subjects, to start with the availability of bank finance. We will then talk a bit more about the cost of bank finance, what determines the cost, and what are then actually the challenges when you look at the availability and the cost for both the bank as well as the borrowers. after which we go into the future of the challenges for ship finance, and to conclude with what you and us can do to face these challenges. Availability of bank debt. Maybe before we start going into this slide, based on my experience, bank debt is by far the most efficient and cheap form of funding of shipping assets. And yes, there are other funding instruments. You can think about bonds or other structures like private equity, but bank debt by far the most efficient and cheap form of funding. Now, I've taken the perspective as bank debt. There is a much wider perspective possible when you talk about ship finance or maritime finance, but that was the decision to take. Now, if you look at it from a bank perspective, there are three pillars which determine the availability of bank debt. The first one, credit requirements. The second one, commercial criteria. And the third, ESG ambitions. Now, if you look at the credit requirements, it's about the financial strengths and the financial performance of a ship operator or a ship owner. We also take into account the loan structure, the security we have, combined with the outlook for a specific market, and the management and, for example, the strategy. Now, banks have credit processes, and I think what you see on the availability is that over the past 2 decades, we've learned a lot going up to 2008, seeing a lot of liquidity going in the market and a lot of banks providing ship finance. After 2008, that very much dried up. Then again, 2016-17, when the liner industry faced tremendous challenges, the availability bank debt came down again. And then with COVID and the pandemic and thereafter, we saw again that financial strength was there and the performance and bank debt availability moved back. The next one we as bank look at is commercial criteria. And I have to say in the last 5 to 10 years, what we see is that commercial criteria, in particular return, has become so much more important. And we look not just at what do we make on a lending transaction, but much more what do we add as value to a client and the overall return on the long-term relationship. And what you see is that banks have integrated that commercial decision process in their overall processes. So before banks go for a credit committee, there will be always a conversation about what's the commercial rationale for this. The third one, and probably the newest one and the most interesting one I think for today's topic, is ESG ambitions. Decarbonization, a topic we read about and hear about every day. We look at the borrowers, the operators, policies, track records, and the roadmap to decarbonize, but also the bigger picture, ESG. Next to that, it's also about the investments, be it in new technology vessels with dual fuel technology, making use of retrofits to improve the efficiency. What I don't talk about here today is about the financial markets. And we can also see that the availability of bank debt is very much a function of the financial markets and the availability of liquidity. We've seen in recent times again a squeeze of that liquidity. That may change again, but for this presentation we leave that aside. Each of these three, credit profile, commercial criteria and ESG ambitions, also are main factors in determining the pricing of debt. Cost and challenges. If we talk about the cost, everyone has experienced the sharp increase in interest rates, be it SOFR for the US dollars or be it Euribor for euros. We all have to face a higher interest rate, which has driven up the cost of debt for ship operators. Another part where we see increased cost is that due to regulatory requirements, there are a lot more processes to be run by banks, and the cost of these processes weighs down together with inflationary pressures, which increased higher cost of employment and such of providing bank debt. The third part is regulatory, and it's about capital which we have to set aside as a bank for a reserve for volatility in the markets. Basel III Basel IV, in response of the global financial crisis, have and will further increase the capital requirements for shipping, and this will drive up the cost. Then lastly, we talk about funding cost itself. Banks have faced higher funding cost again in recent times, a reflection of the financial markets, and next to that also a reflection of the higher risk environment generally. If you put that together, the availability and the cost, then you can see 5 challenges we face. I think the first one is limited supply of bank debt as a reflection of the losses lenders have faced in ship finance. And what I do want to say is that there is sufficient liquidity available, but it goes to a certain group in the market, and these are typical the larger operators. I think the second point is that we see increased capital requirements, like mentioned earlier, due to regulations. And that is a real challenge because it will drive up the cost for a bank. And as a result, that will most likely be passed on to the borrowers. Then we have the high interest rate environment that may be here for quite some time. And this is something which most people have not been used to over the past 5 to 10 years when money was really available at low cost. Then there is the discussion of scaling and standardization. Under pressure of central banks and just general for banks to lower their cost base, scale is very important. And what it means is that the smaller and medium-sized ship operators face one big challenge, and that is that finance may not be available to them at the cost larger companies can attract it. So you see a split in the market with the larger corporate shipping companies having sufficient liquidity at very competitive cost because it can be scaled by banks, while the smaller and medium-sized operators will face a challenge and have to go to higher cost providers. And the last one, reputational risks. This is one which I will talk in the next slide about and is another very important part to look at. What I do see is that these challenges are there and different sources of funding will from time to time come in to fill the gaps when there is a misalignment in risk and return where bank debt cannot provide the liquidity. Talking about reputational risks, this is really about banks having a non-negotiable position. And we can see it with ESG, where many banks have chosen not to any longer finance coal mining, for example. But we also see it with sanctions, where increased geopolitical risks have meant that banks are very careful and document very precisely when they can get out of loan commitments if sanctions are breached or potentially breached. Tax risk, we see a global tax regime being implemented and offshore jurisdictions are less and less favored. And lastly, financial crime, a big challenge for banks to make sure that the money part of the system is clean and we don't get investigated. Reputation risk can really close a business, and I think we very well have to be aware as shipping that we need to improve our image, and we as bank also play our role in this. The biggest challenge for us now is the decarbonization of shipping. And maybe to start with the most practical elements, and that is simply about data collection and analysis. Now, ING Bank is part of the Poseidon Principles, which was founded in 2019, and we are a signature of it, which means very simple that we measure the carbon footprint of our ship lending portfolio and compare that to the pathways set for the ships we finance and the climate alignment goals we have. If I look at that process, it takes typically 4 to 6 months to collect and analyze the data on the previous calendar year. That can be a lot more efficient, and we need the help from the operators and from generally the ecosystem to get that done quicker. Then, as mentioned earlier by Mr. Xiong, there is the CAPEX requirements. if you look at the numbers which are required, and we can just make estimates, it's going to be humongous. We face there technology risks and residual value risks, and we have to look at risk allocation, who is taking which risks. The next one is the funding gap. If indeed these CAPEX estimates are correct, then bank debt will not be sufficient and we will face scarcity. There is also the price risk and return challenges. In the end, all of us need to run a commercial business and we all need to make sure that we can stay relevant. So we can't simply invest and finance technologies which don't have a long-term future. And then thirdly, the challenge of managing the transition process. I already mentioned coal mining and that many financial institutions choose not to be associated with that. We have to be very careful that for shipping, we manage this process and don't take decisions to exit crude tankers or other transport of fossil fuels, because ultimately for energy security and energy affordability, we do need the transportation. It needs to be a gradual process, and we as ING are committed to that. I think also one of the challenges here is incomplete and imperfect information. We get a lot of information about future fuels, but no one really knows yet which fuel is going to be favored, is going to be preferred, by when and at what cost. And it's very important to, at this stage, just share information and make sure we're all at the same page. Future landscape. 3 parts to it. Maybe first about the providers. What I see is that many banks have left over the years ship finance. And that was because of the losses they have made. The big risk is here that you have a knowledge and experience drain, and we're again at risk of making the same mistakes as we have made in the past. So what I think is very, very important is to use the experience, to use the knowledge, and make sure that that sector expertise is being used to provide finance and go through this transition. As mentioned earlier, you will see other finance sources appear. Each has a role, each has a cost, and I think it's very important that we're open to that, because there is no one-fit solution, and I think we need a dynamic market to all be successful. The second part on structures, export finance, like K-SURE and KEXIM here in Korea, are critical to the success because of the risks, as explained earlier, and the cost, which includes also regulatory costs like Basel IV, where export finance structures are actually being seen preferred by banks. The support of these export credit agencies will make the difference in being sufficient debt made available, and also at the price which is competitive, which allows for new technologies to be used. What you also see is that loan structures will evolve, and they will reflect new regulations coming out that can be on sanctions, that can be on climate goals, can be on ship recycling, that will be reflected in documentation, but also more generally on credit risk, where structures will adjust over time. Then lastly, for the future, availability and cost. I think on the cost side, we took out here the example of higher interest rate cost for a longer period. That's one part. As mentioned, for various reasons, we have to look at higher cost of ship funding for a long period to come. I think the other part is the big gap in funding, and that is one which might, combined with the cost, be the real challenge, as mentioned earlier, in our strive for decarbonization. The conclusion of my presentation is, firstly, availability and cost are the 2 basics which determine which challenges we have, and it's dynamic. It will constantly move over time. Being a very optimistic person, I see it really as an opportunity, and I think there is a lot for us to do and to gain in this process. And my advice for everyone here is actually the first thing you have to do is simply look around and see what different funding sources are available and how can these be used for the different funding of ships or technologies and equipment. The second part is talk to the financial markets and understand what credit, commercial and sustainability criteria are being considered. This will really help you to get the right financing at the right cost in time. Last point, we all have to factor in higher cost, unfortunately, and potential scarcity, so just be prepared for that. That was the end of my presentation. In the slide deck there is also a slide on ING, but as we only have 15 minutes, I'll leave it with that. Thank you very much.
예, 그 오랜 경륜과 전문성에서 나온 발전.
That presentation came from his long years experience, so major factors around costs and challenges for ship finance and future landscape. Well, these were the main points picked up by Mr. Roygop. Thank you very much for your presentation. Please thank him with a big round of applause.
참여하고
And next, the second presenter will be joining us online from Credit Agricole from Hong Kong. We have Executive Director Mark Tang. Mr. Mark Tang has been primarily responsible for covering the ship financing activities of Asian shipping companies with an emphasis on the Korean market. In his 20-plus years in the Korean market, he has structured and originated all kinds of Korean ship finance deals. ESG, green finance, and sustainable finance are key buzzwords in this industry, and he will be presenting the topic sustainable financing market for the shipping industry. You have the floor, Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang, you are on mute.
Thank you very much. That's how you know I'm not an AI, that I make a presentation mistake. So I hope you can all see my screen. So thank you, Moderator Song. Thank you to my fellow speakers, my fellow panelists, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to be here today, or rather virtually, at the 17th World Ocean Forum. I wish I could be with you, and thank you for inviting me. When I was first approached to speak on the subject of blue technomy, I thought the term was the perfect description of something that all shipping financiers have been grappling with over the last few years, namely the sustainable financing of the future ocean-going fleet. So naturally, Busan is the perfect place to be talking about this, with the proximity to innovation and scale of shipbuilding that you will find in no other place in the world. And I'm perfectly happy to follow Herbrand of ING, who is a good friend and partner, who have laid down an outline of what it's like to be a shipping financier today, thinking about the various costs of capital and the capacity restrictions. And today I'd like to focus a little more on the ESG side, on the sustainable finance in shipping. So first to start off, if you can, okay, so Credit Agricole, just very quickly, has been my professional home for the last 23 years. We have one of the longest continuous presence of shipping, not just in Asia, but all over the world. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that with 1,400 ships in our portfolio and 65 professionals covering about 200 clients over the entire world, we're clearly a committed and concerned member of shipping's decarbonization efforts. With all the experts in the room and limited time, I would try to focus on three things today. The first one will be the decarbonization hurdles faced by the industry. The funding gap is the second thing I will talk about that Herbrand had touched upon just a little earlier. And the third thing is, of course, the solutions that's being explored by both owners and banks to meet both challenges. So let's get right into it. Even though shipping is already the most carbon efficient mode of transportation in the world, given the giant size and scale of the ships, we still have to do our part to reduce our carbon footprint, which today stands at about 3% of the global emissions. You can say that's small, but that's also, if you think about it, the same amount as a country like Germany. So we must all do our part. And despite being what is called a hard to abate industry, meaning that people have recognized that it's a difficult industry to decarbonize, the revised strategy of the IMO since last July lays out an even more ambitious pathway for us to decarbonize the sector. And I guess the more we wait, the more difficult that pathway will become. So the goal, of course, is to get to net zero by 2050, as everyone must have all heard. But there are now also very stringent sub-criteria in 2030 and 2040. So as one of the founding members of the Poseidon Principles, Crédit Agricole is also fully supportive of this IMO vision. But all this requires funding. So before we start talking about the scale of the funding gap, let's just take a look at where we are today, where shipping financing is still mainly done by banks, ECAs, and more and more so today, leasing companies. So apologies for the small font, and to save you some squinting, I would just say here that the top 40 banks in shipping today contribute to a total loan portfolio of 280 billion US dollars. Now that sounds like a lot, but it's actually 100 billion less than what it was in 2008. The market is going through a profound change as more and more banks sign up for global decarbonization initiatives, not just in shipping, but in all sectors. Most, if not to say all, leading shipping banks are signatories of the Poseidon Principle and or the Net Zero Banking Alliance. The former is a 30-bank contingent representing about $200 billion of shipping finance. The latter is a wider group composing of 134 banks. So these two major initiatives, I tend to think of them as like a compass or a watch or just a timer, right? Much like on a ship, these are indispensable tools that will direct the support we provide to our shipping clients in their decarbonization efforts. If we redraw the earlier chart of banks and we just paint ourselves with the color of our money, so to speak, you'll clearly see that nearly all of the top shipping banks in the world are signatories of either the Poseidon Principles, which you see here in green, or the NZBA. 2 out of the 9 here, the blue ones are in fact NZBA signatories as well. The remainder are mainly state policy banks, leasing companies or ECAs, and all of them we know very well, and all of them have their own decarbonization guidelines and initiatives as well. Now, given this, so I think it's quite interesting that when owners come to us and they tell us that, oh, where's the next dollar of our shipping finance will come from, given all this change in the market. What they don't know is banks are also, things are keeping us awake at night. Where do we put the next dollar of shipping finance? Because we are also looking at many guidelines and policies that will guide us, as I mentioned earlier. So this alignment, we believe, will be crucial because now we get to the funding gap. There may not be enough money to go around. With our current decarbonization projections and the required capital expenditure to meet IMO targets, that's what you see in the blue bars, we estimate there will be approximately about 110 billion to 150 billion, going up to over $200 billion a year of required capex. And this is not even taking into account the fuel supply, the onshore infrastructure. We're just talking about ships. And conventional bank financing, including today banks and leasing companies, that's also expected to grow. That's what you see in the green bar, but it's a slower pace. So we expect a funding gap between 20 to 90 billion dollars a year, with not just ships but also some auxiliary assets. And this will grow. This gap will grow to $90 billion by 2050 if current technological expectations are upheld. Right? So now we've outlined the problem. Let's talk a little bit about solutions. And I'll go through this a bit quickly, given the time constraint. So firstly, for the owners, obviously, they've all clearly realized the future is in the decarbonization of the shipping fleet. And in recent years, we've seen a dramatic change in the new building order book to accommodate for this. For the first time ever, very interestingly, today we are seeing alternative fuel capable new building orders outnumbering the conventional fuel ships in the order book. And we have plenty of reason to believe that there will be more to come, as green or even transition fuel will substantially reduce shipping's emissions in the medium to long term. So these are obvious choices. These are low-hanging fruits today that's attracting a lot of first movers in the shipping sector. And now if we zoom in on that 51 number you see on the right of the alternative fuel-capable ships, we'll see something that's even more interesting. So if you look at the pie chart, it's a zoomed-in version of that gray 51% slice earlier. You'll see that 40 out of that 51 is LNG, what we call a transition fuel. Another 8% in methanol, and 3% in LPG and battery. So that's very small, and we say, oh, maybe we expect battery to grow a bit more, but that's really for today coastal or short ocean-going vessels. With 80% of emissions emitted by long voyage ocean-going vessels, what's clearly missing in this pie chart is ammonia, which is the next big thing. It is what the IEA, the International Energy Agency, say will be the most popular alternative fuel by 2030. So with that, with the advent and ascendancy of ammonia, we expect this chart to change significantly, even in the next 2-3 years. But other than the obvious solution, which is fuel that we talked about, there are also other things that owners and charterers are using to improve their fleet's carbon efficiency or carbon intensity numbers. For instance, for smaller conventional ships, there isn't much they can do in terms of building new alternative fuel ships because of scale, because of technological or space concerns, right? Where we think alternative fuel capability is not the answer, retrofitting is something that are on the owner's minds. And I love this picture because when I was a kid, I had a lot of Lego ships, and it's a funny exercise here to imagine all the retrofitting equipment that are available today on one ship. You have sails, you have lubrication systems, you have the green propulsion, the advanced rudders, propellers, right? So part of me thinks this is really cool, but this would also be completely unbankable. Because how can a banker, looking at this, take a mortgage on all of these little things? How do we get security over that? It would be so much easier, given the constraints we face, to put the finance dollars into a shiny new ammonia-powered new building ship, and we call it a day. So how do we, again, about the alignment, how do we encourage owners to do this? How do we find the financing for it in order to achieve substantial and meaningful decarbonization by 2030? Because let's face it, the new buildings are not coming fast enough. This is absolutely needed, this kind of retrofitting, if we were to reach the intermediate targets. And assessing the new economic life of these vessels after such expensive retrofitting is really hard. How do we evaluate the so-called abatement costs, above which is just too expensive or too risky? What about spot trading ships? Right? Will they be able to earn enough to amortize the extra costs before the end of life? And what we think here is a clear solution that we think would be for more policy banks and ECAs to step up for retrofitting to be done and assist banks in attracting capital, perhaps with partial loan guarantees or other products that we already do together today for new building ships. We think this would be very helpful, again, in attracting capital from the markets and definitely within the policy guidelines to support the domestic economies. Retrofits are by definition very work intensive, and they should be a good business for today for a lot of mid-sized or regional shipyards. Now, lastly, on the subject of decarbonization costs, right, we see also that despite what you see in the order book, which is long and busy, many sectors remain underbuilt. I think some are meant to be on a downward trend. I don't think anyone will be surprised to see that in 3 years there will be more LNG ships than VLCCs. But other ones on the right, in the dry bulk market or the product tanker sector, they have a lot to catch up in terms of fleet replacement. And owners may just have no choice but to build conventional ships, albeit with the latest eco designs to satisfy the cargo demand. Okay, so all these new assets, the alternative fuel ships, the conventional ships, the retrofits, they all explain the demand side of the funding gap I've talked about. Money is needed. But on the bank or funding side, right, we are also trying our best to ensure that existing budgets are allocated to the right projects and also looking for new sources of funding to close that gap. And what you hear most today is the term sustainable finance. And I hear the quick message is that, first of all, it's nothing new. For Crédit Agricole, we're the first French bank to sign the Equator Principles back in 2003. In 2010, we established our sustainable banking team. And last year, we were the top sustainable arranger in the world. What does that mean? Well, for shipping, unfortunately, not much yet. Again, shipping is a hard-to-abate sector. There are less visible technological solutions than, say, a battery-powered car. So we believe shipping has yet to take full advantage of the sustainable finance market. As the technological gap shrinks, this will get better. Now, today, there are two kinds of sustainable financing instruments, namely use of proceeds or sustainability linked. And the main difference is just how the borrower uses that money. Use of proceeds is more specific. They finance assets with real decarbonization value, such as zero carbon emission engines. They must have a clear environmental benefit. Right? On the other hand, for sustainability linked loans, they incentivize the borrower to perform, to meet performance targets at a company level. So they're a bit more flexible. If we just focus on use of proceeds for a second, as we talked about, there are real technological advancements in fuel type and retrofitting that's being adopted today. And they undoubtedly will increase in the next 10 years. They will certainly be considered a green use of proceeds. Alternative fuel capable ships, those dedicated to renewable energy infrastructure, such as wind farms, they would also qualify. So there are more and more assets that will be qualified in the near future. On the other hand, companies with hard-to-abate assets can still take advantage of sustainability-linked loans or bonds by carefully constructing, then meeting, and hopefully exceeding those sustainability performance targets. And on this, I would just say, I really cannot overemphasize the importance of a dialogue between borrowers and banks. As a banker, we never presume to know more about the industry than our clients. And we're always happy and humbled to share, when our clients share with us, rather, creative ways to think about real decarbonization and change. On a case-by-case basis, because we're always mindful of greenwashing or not being realistic or not in line with the IMO pathway. So putting the two together, we see that sustainability financing is more popular today. It's more flexible. But however, new technology and stricter rules, right? I think these will push owners towards specific assets as the technology makes it available. And it would also incentivize capital markets, the policy banks, the ECAs, all of us on the funding side, to reward those companies with cheaper financing terms. And so to bring the presentation to an end on a note of optimism, if we take a step back, just shipping, I'm happy to say that overall sustainability finance instruments have grown exponentially, I think over 10 times in the last 5 years. What I find most interesting here is that little bit of green loans that seems underrepresented in the overall stack, which may be the bottleneck in the overall picture, and suggesting more potential to continue that exponential growth once we overcome the technological bottleneck. So that brings me to the end of my presentation today. We've talked a little about shipping's decarbonization hurdles, the envisaged future funding gaps due to the significant capital expenditure, and what banks are doing and what owners are doing to work to align ourselves to meet this great challenge. It's something that we must all do to meet the ambitious pathway as set out by the IMO. So thank you again for your invitation, and I hope my presentation and the upcoming panel will spur many more interesting discussions for all of you in the audience today. Have a great day ahead.
Mr. Mark Tang, thank you for the presentation. CapEx funding gap.
So the CapEx funding gap would be about 20 to 90 billion per year, and that presents a huge challenge for us. So we heard about the background of sustainable finance structure, the size of the market, and the trend. Thank you, and please give another big hand to our speaker.
그래서 마지막 발표자입니다.
Last but not least, we have Head of Division Chun Ki-hwan of Korea Ocean Business Corporation, or KOBC. And he's currently the head of the management support team at HMM, of which Korean Ocean Business Corporate is the majority shareholder. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning, everyone. I'm with KOBC. My name is Chun Ki-hwan.
오늘 말씀드릴
The topic of my presentation, well, we'll listen to the previous presentations from the perspective of banks, challenges of ship finance, and ESG. Well, these were great messages, and I'd like to look at more particular issue of a tax lease. And when it comes to ship finance and how it is stagnant at the moment, I'd like to talk about how we can break through this situation with the Korean tax lease scheme. The table of contents. First, I'm going to look at the global and Korean market trends of ship finance. And I'm going to talk about the needs for a new source of ship finance scheme in Korea, followed by a proposed Korean tax lease model. And I will conclude my presentation with closing remarks. First, about the global ship finance market and the recent trend and what we can learn from the trend. As you can see from the graph on the left-hand side, you can see that the global top 40 banks of ship finance, for the last 7 to 8 years, you can see that size reduced. In 2015, it peaked, and ever since you see that it kept decreasing, and currently it's stagnant. Well, there can be many reasons behind this trend, but Basel III regulation can be one of that. And excessive RWA, and many banks reduce exposure due to risks and credit quality. Well, there are many factors that led to the reduced ship finance. And regarding the funding gap, we looked at this issue as well, and we can say that there are many factors that are playing. And I'm going to briefly touch upon the case of Korea later on. And on the right-hand side, as you can see from the case of China, this shows the ship finance of Chinese lease companies, including Minsheng and ICBC, the Bank of Communications. These institutions are leading the growth of ship finance. And as a result, we're seeing the growth of Chinese fleet. Next, the Korean market. I already told you that the market is stagnant. Well, even though this is not the latest data, while the red bars on the left-hand side show public players in ship finance, and the blue ones represent the private parties. You can see that the private parties, you see the numbers for private parties keeps decreasing. Since the bankruptcy of Hanjin Shipping in 2016, many commercial banks are leaving the ship financing market, and they're either leaving or reducing ship financing. And including my organization, KOBC and KAGSIM, well, these are filling in the gaps where the private parties left, but we're seeing this deepening trend. And looking at the right-hand side, as you can see from the tables, this is from the Smart Shipping Information Center. And out of 948 domestic shipping companies, this is about 15 billion outstanding, and you can see how public and private is taking up the portion. The public takes up 62.5%, whereas the private takes up only 8.1%. And the fund on the third row is actually the public. So what this table shows is that the private is playing a very trivial role, and its role is decreasing in line with the global trend. So we have to think about revitalize the Korean ship finance market. And for that, we need to think about how we can attract the private players into the market. Next one. This is a global ship supply trend, or the order book. In 2007, the BDI index reached a peak at that time. And the order book reached its peak as well. And since that time, we see the figures kept falling. But when it comes to eco-friendly ships and ESG vessels, we believe that we'll see more demand for these vessels. And it really depends on how we can meet these demands for different types of vessels. And that is one of the major challenges for the Korean market as well. And in East Asia, in shipping industries, Korea, China, and Japan are engaged in severe competition, so I'm going to look at the comparison of shipping in these countries. So regarding the size of the tonnage fleet, actually the tonnage of fleet is increasing. And in the case of China and Japan, and especially I mentioned that Chinese lease companies are very active, and they're growing their fleet across the world. But in the case of the blue dots or lines, which represent Korea, Well, you can see that the size of fleet for Korea has been stagnant for the last 7 to 8 years. And on the right-hand side, this shows the average age of vessels. And the lowest red line is Japan, which is 7 years. It's quite low. That means that they keep having new vessels. But in the case of China, the average age is high, but it dropped drastically. And for Korea, which is represented by blue, it is stagnant and it is in line with the global average. So it would be very helpful to have competitive average age of vessels. Just like I mentioned before, considering all the trends we looked at already, we can come up with the reasons why we need new schemes of ship finance in Korea. First, government policy goals. We have the 2030 shipping industry strategy goal at the government level. Well, I'm going to go into detail, but anyway, when it comes to this ship industry strategy goal, ship finance is going to play a very big part in securing this goal. Second, from the presentation that we looked at earlier, we already looked at the needs for decarbonization and how we can be environmentally friendly. So there will be growing demand for eco ships. In order to meet the needs or meet the demands, we will need more fleet and more investment from the private. And the third reason is about the global market competitiveness. Utilizing various shipping finance tools, we can cut costs, as we saw from the cases of many other shipping companies around the world. But in Korea, we're seeing high costs for ship financing. That will mean that we have less competitiveness compared to these shipping companies, global companies. So in order to revitalize ship finance, what's more vital is to attract the private sector and the commercial banks, especially these commercial players who left the ship finance market due to underperformance and high costs. So attracting financial investors back to the market will be the focus of our ship finance strategy.
In general, there can be a number of new structures for ship finance, but I'd like to propose what is already in place in the UK, France, and Japan. Tax lease scheme. I think it is a good idea to adopt here in Korea. In general, ship financing would involve a comprehensive taxation to save the corporate tax and deferring corporate tax payment for the lessees, so that the ship company and the investors can both win. So for details, I would like to elaborate later on with a Korean model. In general, for ship finance, the structure resembles what you see on the left-hand side. Any income in excess of the expense would be the net profit that ship finance would pursue. This is in terms of economic and accounting. This is a very general profit-making structure. And on the right-hand side, you see the tax lease structure, where accelerated depreciation will incur a large loss in the initial stage, but this net loss can incur tax benefit. But a large depreciation would be returned to a large tax benefit, and depending on how you control this would determine the overall structure. As I mentioned before, the most notable tax lease type of structure used widely right now is the tax and Japan model, the FTL and JALCO models. But what I would like to present are actually quite popular, and we would like to take the structure of tax lease structure that is already in use. So adopted in 2007, and after one revision, the FTL model has been in place up until today. With a single investor model, a very strong investor is attracted into the market, and at the same time, as a lender, they also participate to make the structure quite robust. Tax saving or tax benefit through the gains on transfer tax could lead to about 12 to 15% of saving in the ship price. On the other hand, Japan's JALCO has undergone many changes since over the past years, and in 1999 it came to the current structure of operating lease. And so this structure has been in place ever since. And unlike the French system, JALCO's system is mainly focuses on the investor. And what the shipping companies can save is not as large as FTL, because for the gain on transfer transaction, France gives benefit, but Japan provides tax benefits to SMEs for investing. And so there is a different benefit offered from the JOLCO system than the FTL system, but in fact there's more benefit given to the investor. So under the Japanese system, the timing when you save the tax, time value for money, is the main focus of this total system. So overall, about 5% of the ship price can be saved. So in general, the system mainly focuses on the investors. So based on the two models, French model and the Japanese model, will be the basis for a Korean tax lease structure that I am about to propose. At KOBC, for a long period of time, we have looked into a possible model for Korea. And we are actually in talks with the government. Exactly when this model will be adopted into legislation is unknown, but we will continue on our research. The basic structure is this. From accounting-wise, the depreciation method would be is generally used a 20-year strict line. But in terms of taxation, for accelerated depreciation, declining balance method will be used, and useful life will be 10 years instead of the generally used 20 years, so that the initial loss, tax loss, will be incurred at large scale. Under this structure, the annual depreciation would be 25.9%, which is quite sizable. And in that case, the initial loss will be transferred to the investor, and through consolidated gross income taxation, the taxable income will be reduced, and that's how tax benefit can be provided. But following the FTL model, after tax benefit is deposited, when the shipping company later on exercises the option to purchase the ship, they can use this deposit to reduce the ship price. And so the investor and shipping company can both win. So we are more geared towards the French model. For specifics, this is the example of a Korean tax lease model that we're proposing. On the left-hand side, you see the investor. In the French tax model, this would be the equivalent of the single investor, the parent of the lessor. And because the taxable income is so high, investor carries a large burden to pay the corporate tax. In the middle, you see the SPC, which would be the lessor. And then in Korea, most of the ships, when a new build order goes out for tax benefits, flag of convenience is often used with tax havens. So the actual order will be placed by setting up a overseas SPC, and that overseas SPC would be the statutory owner of the ship making the order for the new build. And this overseas SPC as regards the 100% subsidiary of the investor, the domestic SPC will have an installment type sale. So 99% of the amount at initiation will be transferred, and the remaining 1% at the end of BBC contract will be deferred, so that the legal ownership will be taken up by the foreign SPC, but in effect, the actual owner will be the domestic SPC. The domestic SPC, taking use of the high quality of credit rating of investor, will help finance the loan at an affordable cost. And so the domestic SPC will be the lessor accounting-wise. The lessee would be, of course, the Korean shipping companies through the BBC contract. The biggest feature of the FTL model is the tax saving effect. And you see on the bottom left, tax deposit. A part of that saved tax will be deposited. And then the domestic SPC's loan, when the shipping company actually purchases the ship, this tax deposit will be used to pay back the debt. So when the lessor takes up the ship price will be saved. Last but not least, in the FTL model, from the domestic SPC, ship is transferred to the shipping company, and I think this transfer may take place in about 7 years' time. And at the time of the transfer, the shipping company will have the option to exercise the purchasing, and then the massive tax loss that was incurred in the initial stage will become ultimately a benefit, so that and this may actually end up placing a burden on the ship company when they purchase the ship. And so the transfer gain is allowed under the FTL model, but currently with the government providing additional tax benefit really will be needed, and that is what we appeal to the government many times. What we are thinking is 100% equity of domestic SPC is owned by the investors. So the equity of the investors should go to the shipping company, and then the charterer and domestic SPC should merge and together own a ship. So that's the adjustment we are making to this model, and this is under research. If that is the case, by merging with the domestic SPC, the charterer will be owning the ship, and the shipping company will then be able to save the tax. So let me summarize what I have been presenting. I have mentioned the challenges in the ship financing market, and we need a number of tools to overcome those challenges. And one such tool would be a Korean tax lease scheme. I described why this is needed and what kind of specific structure we are envisioning. And if this scheme is written into law in Korea, then the ship company and banks who hesitate to make the investment, the lenders, and then in Korea, ship funds are rarely used, but this form of large investors who are under the burden of a massive corporate tax can come together. The shipping company, lender, investors can all win. And according to our simulation, 8,000 DWT ship was simulated in our model, and we found that about 19 billion won of tax saving was possible. And if this can be used to save ship finance, then per ship about 9 billion won could be saved in ship price, just like the FTL model, and a tax benefit. So we will continue to collect the opinions of all stakeholders, and KOBC will continue to work hard so that a tax lease model can be adopted in Korea, and for private investors and lenders can enter this ship finance market once again to revitalize ship financing in Korea. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah.
Thank you. The concept of tax lease might not be something that is very easy to understand. It's rather new, but this is utilized in France and Japan. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's give him a big hand for his great presentation, and thank you very much. Thank you to 3 presenters. Before we have a panel discussion, we need a few minutes, so why don't we take a short break for 5 minutes? Thank you.
네, 저희 좌장님께서 말씀.
As the moderator has mentioned, we have listened to 3 presentations, and after we prepare the stage, we will continue on with our panel discussion.
네, 저희 장례 마무리가 되어서
The stage is set, and now we're ready for the panel discussion. I'd like to invite back our moderator.
안녕하십니까.
Hello again, I am Song Nak-ju. So we heard 3 wonderful presentations earlier. Thank you once again for the great presentation. So we will have hybrid session for this panel. Presenters and panelists will together have a discussion, and we will take questions before concluding the session. If you have any questions about the discussion or presentation, please leave it on our system so that we can deliver the questions on your behalf. So let me introduce the panels first. So regarding the private sector ship financing, these panels are deeply involved. First, we have Mr. Seok Hoon-wook, President and CEO of Korea Ship Finance Company. Since 2003, he founded KSF Ship Finance and has been working there ever since as CEO. And he worked at SK Shipping for 14 years. And then we have Mr. Chung Jung-wook, head of investment division of Hana Securities since 2001. He started IB business in Daewoo Securities, and after working for Shinhwa, he is currently the head of the investment division of Hana Securities, and he is an expert in alternative investment. He is an outside director of H-Line Shipping, and he is involved in the growth of ship finance. And last but not least, we have Mr. Lee Seung-chul, adjunct professor of the National Korea Maritime Ocean University, and he is COO of Korea Marine Asset Exchange. After working for 30 years for SK Shipping and retiring from an executive position, he is driving the ship finance using security token and marine asset trading platform business at KMAX. To our panels, I would like to first ask you to give us the latest on each of your fields. And that would be the order of the discussion. Mr. Seok, please.
방금 소개받은
Just as introduced, my name is Seok Hoon-wook with KSF. Regarding ship investment and how we can revitalize ship finance, well, I did prepare some material. With the enactment of the ship investment in 2002 and revision of the tax law in 2012, well, these were majorly focused on attracting the private capital. And the ship investment companies are one of the vehicles to attract investment, and that can mean more private investment in ship financing. The KG model and mutual funds were mixed to create this model, and the commonality is the tax benefit we can enjoy. The ship investment framework was enacted, and that led to the fund. And that led to the creation of 498 vessels, and that is more than 17 trillion won in terms of vessel price. But the market conditions are decreasing and tax benefits have been reduced. And that led to the limited activities of the ship investment companies. So these are the challenges that we're faced with. And at KOBC, they have the SNL program, and this is being utilized actively. In order to revitalize ship investment and utilizing the tools, and how can we revitalize private investment in ship finance? Well, when I meet with various people regarding ship financing, I get these questions like, how can we revitalize ship finance in Korea? And every time I get these questions from the person who is on the demand side of the market, I believe that this is a great market going forward. With the government-funded institutes, we are seeing very active support, and Chinese lease companies and large shipping companies and the very existence of big lenders, global lenders, contribute to a better environment for ship financing. And during the boom of the shipping industry, and thanks to the strong capital that was born during that time, play as a favorable condition. But regarding the demand for eco ships, currently the funding is done majorly around the public players. And is it sufficient going forward to meet the future demands? In order to meet the funding gap, we need to revitalize the private investment sector as well. Currently, the private ship financing sector is quite reduced because lenders have many financial vehicles, and when it comes to shipping products, well, the shipping products are not always attractive to their business. First, the interest rate cannot be as competitive as that of the public players. And regarding the PF conditions and economic recessions around the globe, the shipping financial instruments or products are not as competitive or attractive as we'd like to see. In order to attract more private capital, we have to think about how we can coexist. Well, in the real market, can we really coexist? Well, some might say we can be skeptical about the possibility. But the private players, well, some might say that private players cannot coexist with public players in ship finance because they are in competition and the decision-making process differs from that of public players. So that's why we believe that it's hard for them to coexist in the finance market. So we have to think about the urgency issue, and sometimes it is right for the public players to lead the market. But sometimes we believe that we can create a setting where the two players can coexist, not in competition against each other. In this respect, we believe that there has to be some change of a role for public institutes. Regarding the roles of the public and private players, the roles have to be complementary. For instance, the export-import banks support and junior security guarantee. And when we create a financial syndication, we can specify the role of each player so that we can guarantee independent roles of different parties. And regarding financial players, the public can focus on more fragile shipping industry and fragile players. And regarding the SNL programs and second-hand vessels, this is about capturing opportunities for the shipping industry, and this presents more opportunities going forward. And also, we have to think about the right timing. The public can provide a groundwork, and when the shipping industry is not doing very well, then, well, even though we can get some ship financing, we have to think about how the debts cannot be paid back and the MPB issues can take place. On the other hand, when there is a recession, the price can be lower, so it's a great condition to have a long-term competitive vessel at a lower price. So these public players can provide a foundation for bold investment. On the other hand, the role of the private players is also important. I believe that we need to shift the paradigm for ship financing. The biggest characteristic of Korea's ship finance is it's heavily dependent on credit ratings, and we use this foreign SPC, so this is called the structured financing, but actually this is one form of corporate financing. And we prefer to have a stable structure with BBC HBC, and also we have to consider whether there's a long-term contract or not. So these are the practices that are applied to domestic and current players. And regarding the profitability and stability for private players, and if you think about the guidelines that are presented to the private players, I don't think it's an easy task, and we are more dependent on specific shipping companies. And also we see a reduced number of companies that are involved in shipping finance. From the perspective of the demand for ship finance, as of today, we have 165 that is registered with the Shipping Association. The number was more than 200 when the shipping industry saw its boom. And the 20% of them take up 80% of the profits of the shipping industry. So out of these 200 companies, and like I said, it's 20%, so it's about 40 companies that are responsible for the large portion of the profits in the shipping market. So depending on the economic status of the shipping industry, it will determine the profitability level, and we can see that we have a very small market for shipping finance. We cannot really provide sufficient and stable perspective with limited number of players in a small market. So it's not just about strict financial stability, but when it comes to shipping assets and maritime assets, I believe that we will need to induce a paradigm shift. Ship assets and maritime assets, by transitioning to these, we can move away from these limited number of players, and we can turn to a global environment with more number of players. And from the perspective of global vessel assets, we can guarantee security of these assets and structural stability. Decarbonization and digital shipping are the big buzzwords in the shipping industry. And these are the things that we need to consider. Ship investment companies should be aware of these trends, and they can make wise choices considering these factors in their investment. Profitability and stability should be what they should be pursuing, and I believe that this will present us future direction for both of us can enjoy stable growth. Thank you.
투자 또는 증권.
Next, alternative finance, IPO, and securities is the area of specialty for Mr. Chung Jung-wook, Head of Investment Division of Hana Securities. You have the floor. Hello, I am in charge of project financing at Hana Securities. Mr. Seok mentioned how we can revitalize ship finance through a very specific number of measures. And to be time efficient, I would like to just add some comments about how Korean finance and ship finance market, what kind of situation we have, and in order to revitalize this area of the market, what do we need? I would like to keep my comments brief. By the Ship Investment Act, Ship Fund was initiated, and then I learned ship finance through the Ship Fund. At the time, the collateral value of ships were considered to be very stable, including tax benefits, and so that's why the market responded positively. Through BPCH, shipping companies credit value, the stable collateral value, and the freight flow was the basis of ship finance market. But because of the downturn in the cycle, we face many challenges. And then we found that ship finance from the market was largely contracted. And up until now, I think that state policy banks, KOBC, commercial banks, financial investors, they have all contracted the amount of ship financing that they are providing. A change in perception is in dire need, and for this to happen, we need a specific momentum to trigger this. The agendas and issues that were presented today should be the basis of conceiving the need for ship financing in the market, and through institutional support, we need to think of what the private sector can do. Personally, I believe that realistically, well, this is just an idea that I have, but if we were to approach ship funds, then I think private equity is preferable than IPO. Not only KOBC, but prime investors should receive tax benefit if possible by the government, and then if tax lease scheme is also possible, then I think that these prime lenders can come online. And because ESG is very stressed nowadays, we need a financial incentive, and then private sector will be more active in their participation in ship finance. And recently, the role of KOBC has been growing lately. Other than providing support to existing shipping companies, KOBC provides guarantee and is active in attracting potential investors into the market by providing incentives and support. For small and medium shipping companies, I believe that the demand is high. The bio-heavy oil purchasing is another source of such demand to purchase relevant funding and ships, and H-line shipping that I am working for, they are in dire need for financing to buy attractive ships. The KDB, KOBC, and state policy banks should take proactive part in this market. And if possible, I think that state policy banks should take the lead so that private sector investors can join the market through BBC type of remaining value risk of ships by providing relevant guarantee. And if that can be done, I think private sector investors will be more willing to come into the market. Thank you. Thank you for the comment.
소소한 개념일 수는 있지만 이제
Distributed ledger.
This might be a little new concept using the distributed ledger. Please welcome Professor Lee Seung-chul. Just as introduced, my name is Lee Seung-chul. Distributed ledger, the blockchain and the token security, how this can be utilized for ship finance. And I'm going to talk about the current status and the challenges and the tasks. But regarding the digital assets in Korea, we've been very cautious in approaching the discussion. And we are just starting the system for this new kinds of assets, so we are very cautious. And the regulatory authorities completely banned these coin type assets, and these were impossible to be introduced to the local market. And China and Korea were the only countries that banned SEO and ICO. And when it comes to the digital assets, in other countries, they came up with guidelines and strengthened regulations. And the acts that took place in Korea were quite different. But now we are seeing rapid growth of these kinds of distributed investment. And we're seeing some changes at the regulation level. And in April 2022, we saw the new guideline coming up. And also the token security. In July, including fractional investment, we saw the proposal of a law regarding the fractional investment. Starting from 2019, what the regulatory authorities did was, for fractional investment that is innovative, well, we applied the exception of the law using the regulatory sandbox. The fractional investment products, well, we have 4 related to real estate and 1 related to music copyright and 4 related to work of arts. And they were seen and recognized as the investment securities, and we are working on the products to be presented to the market. So when it comes to the copyrights and work of arts, we have limited fractional investment products. And for innovative financial products, well, still, we are quite stagnant. And when it comes to the Capital Markets Act and other related acts, they are still pending at the National Assembly. So we are seeing some concerns, and the progress is not sufficient enough. But when it comes to the private investment for ship finance, we already talked about how the market is frozen. And for a regular investor to be able to invest in ships, well, it's almost impossible to do that. But we are aiming net zero by 2030 and 2050, and we have to switch to eco-friendly vessels. If we fail to correspond to that, well, that will be a big failure for our business. And regarding ocean-going fleet, we have more than 2,000 to 3,000 fleet for ocean-going vessels. And for vessels that go domestic markets, we also have decarbonization strategy. And by 2050, we are aiming to switch to 100% eco-friendly ships for ocean-going fleet. And when we make the switch, by 2030, we need trillion won, and more than 70 trillion won by 2050. And we also presented some of the support measures, how 4 trillion won can be created with KOBC, with junior loans, and we are talking about 1 trillion funds and how we can activate private funds. So we're talking about various ways to create those funds. And we have a joint study between KMA and the Korean Ocean University. By 2050, in order to make a full switch to eco-friendly ship 100%, the budget we need is 142 trillion won, which there is a huge gap between what the government projected. Anyway, in order to deal with the climate action issues, and in order to attract more private capital, we will need to have some breakthrough measures. So, regarding the token securities revision proposal, well, the token securities were the ones that were presented in the form of securities and how distributed ledgers can be applied. And Capital Markets Act, under the Capital Markets Act, well, considering all the unfair trade practices and the principles that apply to market practices, the distributed ledger would be allowed and the electronic securities will be allowed under this approach. And also, digital securities market can be created. So what's important is, well, with token securities, recognized as securities, it has limitless potential. According to the Economic Research Institute, assuming that legislation is complete by 2023, the market can grow up to the market worth of 467 trillion. And for spot assets, the market can grow to accommodate individual investors, and this can lead to greater trust in trading. When it comes to financing, it can be similar to IPO or ICO, but well, it does have its own strength. And among the strengths, compared to IPO, we can save time and cost. And also, we have smart brokerage, and we can make sure that money laundering is prohibited. Public disclosure is done automatically. And we can make the assets fractional, and we can easily create liquidity. With small amount of money, investors can make investments with diversified investment portfolios. Well, the transaction process, when it comes to transparency, stability, well, transparency and stability can be guaranteed and monitored 24/7. And like the IPO, the legal protection is also provided. So the token securities and the strengths of token securities can be applied to the shipping industry, and that can be utilized for ship finance. Professor Yoon at Ocean University and myself did a simulation. And the simulation results support long-term, stable profitability. And also we have this big issue of eco-friendly vessel, and we have to factor in the transition cost. We cannot solely depend on policy financing. So we have to focus on junior financing and also attract private capital. And for those small to medium vessels, which were overlooked by the public financing, this can be the area where we can be more active. And when it comes to ship finance, through innovative financing, we can start our practice right away. So unless we violate the rule of investor protection, utilizing this regulatory sandbox, we can consider the changing factors in the market. And with this STO, we believe that we can revitalize ship finance utilizing the STO. And looking at 6 innovative financing, well, the investment ceiling is quite low. And also, they have some limitations when it comes to the public offering and the ceiling for that. So the innovative financial services can be utilized to produce more benefits. If we spend too much time thinking about investor protection when the market is not fully active, then it will take too much time for the STO market to develop, and we might lose the market. So in a nutshell, it can be one way of revitalizing the private market. So one way can be the utilization of the STO and using the regulatory sandbox. By having the regulatory sandbox, we can provide strong policy support. And with this, we can deal with various issues, including greenhouse gases of vessels, and deal with many relevant issues at the right time. And that will also help us to increase our industrial competitiveness. Thank you. Thank you very much.
한 질문들이
Well, we did prepare lots of questions, and we have many experts of their each field. So I did have some questions for the presenters, but, well, it's my regret that we don't have enough time for this. Well, actually, in your presentations, you actually addressed my questions. For example, how this can be applied to Korean case.
And Martin, you mentioned sustainable finance and how to apply that to Korean shipping companies. It was one of the key questions I wanted to ask, but in the interest of time, I am forced to summarize and conclude this session. We have heard some insightful comments. The topic of this session is, again, challenge for the future of maritime finance. As you know, finance inherently involves risk. Financial risk and tolerable risk should be accommodated. And this is only possible through expertise and a coordination of different interests. And secondly, although we are in different fields, ship finance as a whole involves large sums of money. It is capital intensive. No one can do this alone single-handedly. There are subordinate and senior loans. Equity investment in securities would be required. The new types of investment should be developed. So we have a long way to go. Securities and alternative investment should play their role. Coordination and cooperation among all of these will be needed. Syndication and club deals are the general form of how ship finance happens. The role of public institutions and private sector was also mentioned. The public sector takes about more than 90% of ship finance, so private sector participation is quite small. To engage more private financing, I think that state policy banks and institutions need to use their strengths to open up the door more to the private sector through credit enhancement and subordinate guarantees. Lastly, shipping demand is very difficult to predict. The fluctuation is very volatile, but that's why we need to understand the industry. I think that we still need to predict every year or every 5 years. Of course, new types of investment instruments will come online, but rather than waiting for opportunities to come, investors, financial institutions, and shipping companies need to prepare in advance to open up the new opportunities and the future for ship finance and shipping finance. So that's just my views. I apologize again for the lack of time for sufficient discussion and questions. I ask for your kind understanding. Thank you for this very enthusiastic session. Thank you for joining us. Thank you.
네, 저장님
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and all the panels for your very passionate discussion. We will have a short photo session, so please wait on stage.
네, 감사합니다. 이제
Thank you very much. Please, you may return to your seats. So that is the end of the morning session on marine finance. We were able to learn more about the advanced financial systems, and I hope that based on what we learned today, we can alleviate the long bust of the marine finance and open up a bright future. After lunch at 1:30, we will have the Marine Humanities session on the topic of Gadeok past life record and preservation here in this room. I ask for your participation. Thank you.
네,
Ladies and gentlemen, one housekeeping announcement. The 17th World Ocean Forum 2023 Marine Humanities session will soon begin. I'd like to ask all participants, please use the interpretation receiver if you need to. Channel 3 is Korean and Channel 4 is English. And to minimize interruptions, please silent your phones.
Marine Humanities session will begin shortly. Please take your seats, and we provide simultaneous interpretation for this forum. Channel 3 is Korean and Channel 4 is English. You may use the interpretation receiver on your table. Thank you. 네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am the MC of the Marine Humanities session of the WOF. I am Park Se-won. This Marine Humanities session will look at Gadeok Island, which is an island but not an island, a place that is Busan and not Busan. You will be able to familiarize yourselves with the island and the ocean. And there's also the construction of large-scale infrastructure led by the state, such as Gadeok-do Port and Gadeok-do Airport. And we would like to discuss the need for records and preservation, such as life change and architecture. Before we begin, I'd like to invite President Chang Young-soo of Bugyang National University for opening address. Please welcome President Chang with a big hand.
네, 대단히 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. In relation to Gadeok-do, I hear that you have a wonderful session ready, and that reminds me of a long time ago when we first went about developing Gadeok Island. I know that I was a part of the commissioned report on compensation for losses. I looked around the Gadeok Island many times, and I listened to the fishermen there, and I actually visited the place. And crossing the Koga Bridge, I sometimes am reminded of those moments, and I can see that Gadeok-do has come a long way. Yesterday we heard from Dr. Rifkin, and one of the key words that really went to my heart was resilience. In nature's resilience, we need to take a keen interest. Nevertheless, with the Gadeok-do International Airport Development Plan, what record to write down and what to hand over to the next generation is the key topic that we are pondering on. And that also reminded me of the past, because yesterday the topic was resilience, and today we are here to address the topic of not resilience, but development and records and preservation, about handing over our footprint to the next generation. So I have some mixed feelings about the whole topic. Nevertheless, the PKNU's Humanities Korea Plus project group has prepared this session addressing the topic Gadeok Past Life, Record and Preservation, which is a very timely topic. Going forward, I hope that we continue to have a balanced approach to development of coexistence and the development itself. In this Marine Humanities session, Gadeok's Past Life Record and Preservation invites many presenters and panels. I'd like to thank all of them. including Mr. Ryu Chung-no, Chairman of the Fisheries Policy Forum of Busan, and Kim Chang-kyung, Head Director of KIOST College of Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences. Thank you so much for your hard work. In relation to the ocean, this World Ocean Forum, I think, has grown into a global forum. And in particular, the PKNU Humanities Korea Plus project group, I think, is a very unique group, rare around the world, and offers a very deep insight for the world. I am serving as president of PKNU, and my heart always lies with humanities and social science. And if opportunity allows, I would love to make a presentation. I'm actually learning coding nowadays to prepare for presentations. And during lunch, I had made a mistake. And my chief secretary said that we had a pre-meeting, but I found out that we were being served lunch rather than having a pre-meeting. So after lunch, I had some time left, and I spent some time looking into a coding-related book for big data analysis. So that's just to share that I continue to learn. And in that sense, in humanities, I think that oceans and fisheries, along with advanced technologies, need to think of how to progress into the future. And I hope that you have the same understanding. And I hope that I can meet you again soon as a presenter. To that end, I will continue to work hard, and I hope you have a fruitful session, and thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Chang. As mentioned, I hope that the panel discussion can present a humanities perspective of solution to Gadeok Island. And now we will start the Marine Humanities session with the topic Gadeok, Past Life Record and Preservation. And as the moderator, I'd like to invite Head Director of PKNU Humanities Korea Plus Project Group, Mr. Kim Chang-kyung. Good afternoon. And now we will begin the Marine Humanities session on the topic Gadeok Past Life Record and Preservation. I am the moderator, Kim Chang-kyung, head of the Humanities Korea Plus Project Group at PKNU. First of all, I would like to thank all presenters and participants joining us in person and online for taking the time out of their busy schedules to join us. Gadeok Island is actually quite famous for catching Gadeok cod, which was used as a military base during the Japanese colonial period. And traces of batteries still remain, and the Gadeok cod was submitted to the king for his diet. This forum aims to induce citizens' interest in the sea through a humanities introduction to the sea and Gadeok Island, connect the construction of the new airport to the ocean to inform citizens, and provide an opportunity to make the island and the sea familiar. Through the history of residents whose lives have been frequently transformed due to the construction of large-scale infrastructure led by the state, such as Gadeok-do Port and Gadeok-do Airport, we would like to discuss the need for records and preservation, such as life change and architecture. In other words, Gadeok-do is both an island and not an island, a part of Busan and not a part of Busan. So through large infrastructure such as new airports, we will inevitably suffer losses. traditional culture, life of residents, their historic relics need to be re-examined, and at the same time we need to look for a way forward for coexistence and in harmony. So what is the path for coexistence? So these are some of the questions we would like to address in this session. So for the first presenter, I would like to invite Mr. Ryu Chong-ro, Chairman of the Fisheries Policy Forum of Busan.
유청로 명예교수님께서는 이주홍 문학재단 이사장, 부산 수산정책 포럼.
He is the director of the Busan Fisheries Policy Forum, and he has been making huge contribution to fisheries and also led some of the discussion fora for the humanities and the fisheries fields. The theme of his presentation is the life of fishermen in Gadeok. Well, it is my big regret that I can only give you 13 to 15 minutes for your presentation, even though I want to give you much longer time. Please welcome Director Ryu Chong-ro with a big round of applause.
예, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. I taught at Bugyang National University and I am the director of the Busan Fisheries Policy Forum. Well, it's a short time that I'm given, but anyway, I think I'll have to share with you some history so that I can give you the big picture for you to better understand. Well, I studied fisheries at Busan Fisheries University, and I also boarded the ocean-going ships for about a year. And then I changed my mind to study maritime physics, and I earned my master's. And I studied abroad in Osaka, Japan, and I changed my major to ocean studies. And when I came back to Korea, including the Busan new airport, I returned to Korea as a young professor. And at the time, we didn't have proper port engineering professionals. So I was lucky, given that at the time we didn't have many professionals. Construction of embankments is my major field. And at that time, the Association of Civil Engineering of Korea wanted to have a professional to give a special lecture. And at the time, I gave a lecture about eco-friendly ecosystem, and one of the old professors at the time thought that I was crazy because I was using all kinds of these terms like eco-friendly and ecosystem and so on. And this old professor was very aggressive. And at the time, what I said was, maybe it was a bit different in your time, but I believe all the polluted water that goes into the sea is something that we need to discuss. So that will be what I'll be dealing with. So even though these old professors did have valid points, well, I shared my idea saying that these are the ambitions that I have going forward. By the time I retired, I retired back in 2018, and this ecosystem issue became a big buzzword. And for all maritime constructions, resiliency has become a big word. For all the structures that go into the oceans, have to have a positive discussion with maritime ecosystem. That's my belief. Well, I do not come from a humanities background, but I believe that we could use some more input from the humanities experts. Well, you can find a lot of detail in my booklet, but it's like I'm sharing with you the big topic. Well, some of the English you see is not quite English-like. So you can see the name of the fish caught and the cod's histories in Gadeok. So that's just for your reference. And the title of the presentation doesn't quite match what's described in the document, so you can see on the slide the title is slightly different. And in this area, Gadeok, please switch to the next slide. Excuse me, I'll have to do it myself. So what I want to focus on is, well, if you look at the last line, using the symbolic brand of code in Gadeok, I'd like to come up with some action strategies. Well, I don't have a laser pointer, but anyway, in the middle of the slide, represented in blue, it talks about blue ports, blue airports, and blue military ports. So the birthplace of the military port, we have Jinhae, we have the new port, we have the new airport coming, and we have the traditional port. So we have all kinds of ports. So basically it's a strait of ports. Within the 10 kilometers radius, we have concentrated ports. What shall we do with this concentration? Well, it can be good to have such a concentration because we can maximize the effect. Next one about the Gadeok new airport. Creating an airport in Busan might be not quite suitable. Well, given the fact that we have lots of airports in Korea, because many people in Korea tend to think that we can only have major airports just in Seoul. So it's not always easy to come up with rationales to have airports in Busan. And in southeastern part of Korea, we have issues that we need to resolve. And I was serving as one of the members of this committee for attracting the airport to Busan area. And even though I worked really hard, my efforts were not always received well. So here, what's in red is how Gadeok code can be utilized as a symbolic brand. And using the humanities imagination, what kind of airport do we need? And what does the airport look like? And will it be sufficient to have the airport and that's it? Well, building an airport in Busan, as Korea is focused on developing the metropolitan area only, it's not always easy. And with this opportunity of having this airport in Busan, well, we believe that this is the sole way for our survival. So it's about technological innovation and urban innovation. unless we secure urban and local innovation, we wouldn't have a bright future for Korea. So it is in that respect that we want to apply this imagination, humanities imagination, to this small port in Busan. So the realization of this small value can be represented with this brand Gadeok code. But before that, we have to think about technicians and what would be the missions of these technicians. And in a broader sense, what would be the missions of the scientists? If you think about all the facilities and development efforts, well, it seems like these are the efforts of engineers and technicians. But if you look deeper into it, there is philosophical consideration that goes into these efforts behind all this. Technicians are required to do what they were required to do. And they turn to all the knowledge, common sense, and know-how to build airports and houses. And to build a right airport that doesn't have any problems, well, that would be the job of humanities experts. This is a quick example of Osaka. When I was involved in planning of this Osaka airport, I was very much interested in this project. And one of my colleagues were involved in this project as well, in building the infrastructure. So there were lots of philosophical thoughts that went into this project, and it was certified and awarded by the Civil Engineering Association of Japan. So when we try to find an answer to the question of what do we do with Gadeok Airport, well, I believe that Kansai International Airport can provide us with a great insight. I want to skip over all the detail, but regarding the spatial function of Gadeok, how it changes and leads to conflicts, well, we're bound to have these conflicts because we have outsiders that come into this area and they want to use different technologies. It's not just leisure or sports, but we have outsiders representing many other fields. And the sea is the common asset. And we want to use this to meet the needs of different parties. So using this brand of Gadeok code, how can it develop this into something that represents the traditional and future values? Then how many codes do we have? We have Pacific and Atlantic codes. In the case of Gadeok code, this is one of the few brands that has a long history. And the Atlantic cod actually caused war in history, and in the Americas, in the fishing grounds, there were lots of conflicts around the cods. This is the story of Gadeok cod, and you can refer to this story in the booklet. So we have this pollock from the East Sea and cod from the South Sea. And for pollocks, they lost their brand power, but still cods are quite popular, and they still have a strong brand power. And the Atlantic cod story is also what you can refer to in the booklet. This Atlantic cod has a big community. And in the northern part of the Atlantic, they come in flocks. So when you catch them, you can actually have a huge catch. But in Korea, when we actually fish cods, we can catch different species. So these are different ways of consuming these cods. And this led to the annual sales, annual revenue of 1 trillion won from this small port, small village. So cods as fisheries and also developing some of the functional properties and materials, this led to huge economic contribution. So from $50 to $1,500, it creates added value. And regarding the Gadeok cod, how can we expand the value of Gadeok cod? We catch cods when the taste reaches its peak in Jinhae Bay. We catch cods in the EC, but Pohang cod, cods that are caught in Pohang area, do not really taste as good as what we get from Gadeok. And another thing that's good is in order to store Gadeok cods, well, we have this contaminated water discharge issue. And the government is working on building up the infrastructure. So this shows the infrastructure that we can turn to, and this is about increasing the brand value of Gadeok cods. And also, this is about the blue economics and blue technomy. And I presented this blue port project, how we can pursue this along with many other ports. And in building the new airport, around conserving the cods, I also presented how we can secure soft power systems. Technicians and humanities experts in the construction phase can work together. For instance, we can create a roundtable session so that we can sit down and talk about development technologies and strategies. And how can we strengthen discussions? Let's say that the budget for the project is 10 trillion. And we can start with 100 million or 100 billion. And by gathering all the relevant technicians and experts to talk about innovation of cities and also attracting youths so that we can build an airport serving as the innovation hub. So we will need such a forum or roundtable so that we can have more full-fledged discussion. So given the time I have, I believe that you can refer to my booklet, and with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Well, that was about local innovation around an airport and how humanities' value can be reflected in this process. So this is a small example of Gadeok cod. And this shows how the name of a place can be used as a brand for fish.
And the next presentation will be by Ms. Hwang Kyung-suk, member of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee. She is currently the member of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee of the Cultural Heritage Administration. She also serves as the board member of the National Maritime Museum as well as the National Folk Museum. And the topic is maritime and local life in Gadeok. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good afternoon. I am a folk studies expert, and in 1989, when the first folk study was conducted in the Gadeok, I was a part of that project, and another one was done recently. And at the time, I was very concerned of the future of Gadeok because of in terms of folk culture and life of the residents. I wasn't sure whether changes taking place in Gadeok was indeed a progress. In the interest of time, I would like to quickly go through my presentation and stick to the key points. Gadeok geographically is located where from the inland to the southeast and western sea, you can connect to the ocean. So it is a very important in terms of geographical location. To the west, there are prehistoric relics. From prehistoric age, people lived on Gadeok. And notably, there is the Changang relic and Donghae Mountain relic, which is indicated on the map. And these two ruins are important because during the New Stone Age, these ruins indicate possibility of exchanges with China or Japan. For example, a Chinese pendants from a burial site is uncovered here. So during the prehistoric period, from the New Stone Age, it seems that Gadeok opened up the New Age. And fast forward to the present day, Gadeok is growing into a new hub of Northeast Asia and logistics. Gadeok becoming once again the center of exchanges is quite positive, but there is also very deep shadow. When an airport is built, then there are concerns that the shadows will grow even darker. First of all, the fishing people will be lost. The order will be disintegrated. We heard earlier about the cods in this northern Newport coast. This area is very important for Gadeok because it connects to the Nakdong River. And fresh water enters to control the level of the salinity, and there used to be a colony of plants that provided a very important source of ecological life for the wildlife. But as this place is blocked, the villagers have to relocate, but so did the fish. They lost their habitat. The cods are migratory fish. In winter, cods come to Gadeok and hatch eggs and then go back to the north. And the cods are also would return to the place they hatch their eggs. And one of the important hatch areas was the Bugan region or the northern coast region. As this place is blocked off, even if cods come back here during the winter, they cannot reach the place of their habitat. Once artificial harbors are built, then the Gadeok cods will no longer be able to find a home, and Gadeok may no longer be a place famous for cods. In this new airport location, this place is quite famous for the mullet catch, because mullets, according to fishers, are very sensitive to acoustics. And so the mullet catching fishing vessels do not run motors. They are careful not to drop anything into the water. But once we have a new airport on the Gadeok-do, I'm not sure whether the mullets can still be found here. So once the harbors are built, yes, that is development, but the fish will lose their homes and ways, and so will the villagers. The rich fishing ground, the ecological habitat changes for the clamshells are presenting a very serious challenge already because of the loss of fitness purposes and the loss of colonies, which are actually statutory safeguarded species. These issues may arise into an international conflict and dispute, where the lives of the Gadeok-do villagers, their culture, are at risk of being lost. What was the culture of Gadeok-do, and how can they continue? These are the questions we must ask ourselves, and with that topic, I'd like to move on to the next slide. The history of Gadeok-do is already well known, but the lives of the residents, their sentiment, are not so well known. There is orally handed down legends and stories and songs that imply the lives of people on Gadeok-do. As a reservoir of historical memory, Gadeok-do also carries great cultural value. There was a time when there was a ranch on Gadeok-do. So the horsehair skullcap from Gadeok-do was famous nationwide, but in time, the skullcaps are no longer made on Gadeok-do, but at the time, there is a song that was sung that reflects the aspiration of the Gadeok-do people of wishing to be a part of the mainland, and it also shows us what kind of place Gadeok-do was at this time. And because of the geographical location, Gadeok-do is a strategic center point of national defense and could be at the forefront of to be invaded by others. There are beacon places and other relic sites reflecting this, and Gadeok people still carry the same sentiment. And there are some ship songs that describe a memory of being invaded by the Japanese forces. And the tragic lives of the ordinary people who aspire for better but always are fallen to despair is shown in these songs, not only in Gadeok-do but nationwide. And during the Japanese colonial period, Gadeok-do was really used as a basis for invasion by the Japanese, and this is well known fact. Gadeok people during the Japanese colonial rule fought very tough battles in order to protect the land from the invasion, though. As the fishing ban took effect, Japanese people were legitimately given the right to fish in the Korean seas, but Gadeok people fought very hard for a very long time to safeguard their fishing rights against the Japanese. And this actually arose into an international dispute, as we can see from documentation. So this is how Gadeok-do continued to change. Gadeok-do was a closed place up until the Joseon period, but with the Japanese colonial rule, Gadeok-do started to open up its routes and exchange with the international community. Large passenger cruise ships and seafood shipping vessels frequented Gadeok-do, and that's how the sea routes opened up. And for the first time in Korea, it was on Gadeok that in 1923 in Burcha Bay, the first oyster farming began. And then the oyster farming started to spread across the country, and the clamshell type of farming actually started in Gadeok. So based on this history, Gadeok has lived on. And what was the culture of Gadeok? And from a humanities perspective, as we discuss consistent continuation and coexistence, what is the value of Gadeok? What should be mainly protected? So the overall culture of Gadeok and the cultures that we need to safeguard is what I'd like to touch upon next. In 2010, with the bridge being opened, two islands have been connected, but before that, two islands made up Gadeok, and each island had their own unique culture. The main island of Gadeok is based on the Yeondae Mountain, and in Dulcha, the main center was the rites for dragon kings, and this small island was very sea-oriented. So in Dulcha Island, there were public rites for Dragon King and the rites for the Emperor of Land and Sea, praying for the spirits of those lost on sea. And now we have the Yeondae Mountain beacon ritual, and we have such rituals still being held today. The center of Gadeok is Yeondae Mountain. Residents still believe in the mountain gods of Yeondae Mountain. And this mountain god makes sure that the people are safe from the Yeondae Mountain beasts and able to make safe journeys to other villages climbing the mountain. In life in general of the Gadeok people, Yeondae Mountain has always played an important role, and so Yeondae Mountain is a very important stage for rituals and entertainment. So the residents sometimes would have rain-making rituals here, and notably, in 1989, when Gadeok became a part of Busan City, Gadeok started to undergo massive change as part of a large city. The culture continued to collapse, but then the villagers once again came together in solidarity to preserve the beacon ritual and other cultures of this important people. And the center of Gadeok is once again Yeondae Mountain, which is a source of solidarity for the villagers, creating the village culture that continues to be handed down to the present generation. And if you look at the community culture in particular, the culture is very much alive. And this culture, we can look at different indicators of how this is being handed down. Village-based rituals continue to be held, and production communities such as mullet-catching fishers form their own communities to have their own rituals. And on a slightly wider level, the entire Gadeok solidarity can be confirmed by central community cultures that continue to be handed down, and their community culture has definitely implications for our future, and we need to think about how to continue this culture for the next generation. And Gadeok has a unique fishing culture, and there are bare-hand divers to fishers to clownfish farming to capture fisheries. A closer look shows a very interesting picture. The way fishing method, the fishing tools and gear of Gadeok is a combination of those of Eastern, Southern, and Western fishing. So the fishing culture of Gadeok is a concentration of the entire Korean fishing cultures from different regions. And Gadeok has very rich source of intellectual culture that is rarely found nowadays. For instance, natural dyeing. When you catch fish with their fish net, you cannot use white nets. So Gadeok people have always dyed their net with natural coloring. And this is called the 갈물 dyeing culture. And in Jeojedo, they use another tree. In Gadeok, they use a different type of tree to dye their net. And this very important knowledge continues to continues to this day. And if you look at the mullets, once a new airport comes in, the mullet fishing culture may be lost. In the past, there were 6 fishing boats working together. Of course, the method of fishing has changed into barges. Although the fishing tools have changed, the basic principle stays the same. And there are very unique marine folk cultures of having a ritual before going out to fish mullet. And this culture still remains intact. And mullets have become a symbol of this part of Gadeok-do. And there used to be mullet festivals, but this has been changed to cod festivals. And as I said before, in Dulchaman, they have a history of 100 years of oyster farming and is truly the mecca of oyster farming in Korea. So with the change in time, the change in currents, and the change in the land structure has led to an end of oyster farming nowadays, and only the oyster seeds are cultivated here. But they still have cultural traces of 100 years of oyster farming. And on the reclaimed land, there are some buildings and houses newly built upon what used to be a farming site for oysters. Mullet fishing and oyster farming are very unique traditions and fishing cultures not found anywhere else, and represents an important feature of the fishing culture in Gadeok-do. So I have been rushing through my presentation in the interest of time. So the key point of my presentation is that Gadeok-do still has many important traditional knowledge and fishing knowledge that deserves more attention. And there are some very unique rituals and faiths and community cultures in place. The history of Gadeok-do and legends are still alive. These assets shows diversity of marine culture and universality of Busan, as well as the historic nature and traditions of the marine culture of Korea. And also, in this new ocean age, you heard about the natural resilience, but when we think about the continuation of culture, the tradition and culture of Gadeok-do can be fully used as new assets. And how to preserve and record Gadeok-do will be a very important and significant topic for discussion. Thank you for your attention. I know that I really rushed through my presentation, and I would like to use the panel discussion for further comments. Thank you. Thank you very much. We heard about the values safeguarding Gadeok, what we need to remember and document about the fishing culture. So Ms. Hwang Kyung-suk, member of Intangible Cultural Heritage Committee, thank you.
동아대학교 디자인
Next, please welcome Professor Kim Gi-soo of Donga University. The title of his presentation is Gadeok Island, Understanding Through Architecture. He is currently a faculty member in the Department of Architecture at Donga University, where he also serves as the director of the Seokdang Museum. And also, he is the member of the Lighthouse Cultural Heritage Committee under the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and he is dedicated to preserving cultural heritage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Gi-soo of Donga University. As Ms. Hwang mentioned, in the field of architecture, well, it's not always easy to touch upon this topic from the perspective of architecture. Well, especially, when we talk about things from the lens of architecture, some might see it from the perspective of development, whereas I'm focused more on history. So it's about development versus history conservation. And by history, I mean technological changes, understanding of technological changes, and documenting these changes throughout the change of history. We have many maps and photos that show such data, and on the basis of this data, we leave records and documents. These are the records of Busan, and these are the records of architecture. And you can see various data and documents that show architecture of this particular time and its social background. So from these slides, what I want to talk about is, looking around, we still see some of the disappearing, and we see some disappearing cultural heritage that are being destroyed. So what we want to do is to digitalize and restore this data, and with the remaining data, we can replicate this history. So the things that I'm going to talk about during my presentation will be something relevant to the case of Gadeok Island as well. So from the two previous presenters, we listened to their stories from the humanities and fisheries perspectives, and I want to put on a lens of more architectural aspect. And once we build this airport, I'd like to talk about how we can reflect this architectural point going forward. So all the humanities aspects were already discussed. And from the natural environment, we have this camellia colony. And we all know that these are very crucial factors. Specifically, the natural cultural heritage. Well, even though these were artificial forests that were developed, still they were conserved very well. This is about the history of Gadeok Island, and this was covered by the previous presenters, so let me skip this. And looking at some cultural heritages, we see some castles. Gadeok Jinseong Castle, Nulcha Weseong Castle. These are the heritage sites close to Nucha Strait. But when we visit these sites, it's very difficult to verify this information because these castles are used as elementary school buildings or houses. So without the background knowledge, you do not really understand that they have historic background. And also, from the architectural point of view, this Cheonseongjinseong Castle has its original form that is protected. But if you look at this site and if you look at the discovery, it's surrounded with trees and forests. If you think about the lighthouse of Gadeok, well, some of these heritages are quite visible, whereas these castles are not that visible. We have these tombstones and Yeondae Peak that are heritage sites. Another thing is in the southern part of Gadeok Island, we have this castle sites along the southern eastern part. And in southern part, including Busan, we have these heritage sites from Joseon dynasty and also from the Japanese colonial era. During the colonial era, well, the previous pictures that we looked at are from modern history, and from now we are looking at some of the photos from the Japanese colonial era, including the battery positions and artillery positions, related bases, and observation posts to operate this artillery. So from the photos on the left-hand side, we see this Wayangport village. And along the village, we see that some of the military sites and observation posts are there, and they're still present. So when we build this Gadeok new airport, all of this will be gone. So for architecture, I already told you how we keep records and documents. So on the left-hand side, this is the military sites and heritage. And on the right-hand side, these are the battery positions. And in order to operate these positions, this shows the functions between the two. And when we operate this artillery, this shows how military operations are done, and they are shown in maps on the upper right-hand side. So regarding the roles and functions, we have documentation of such data in maps and drawings. And regarding observation posts and fortresses, from the old drawings, we have this information that is kept in the drawings. So this one shows data for 4 observation posts. And regarding the artillery positions, we have the elevation map. And in recent years, using digital data, we can restore this information using 3D technology. In order to have the 3D recovery data, we need all these drawings. And these are photos, which is a mixture of digital data and real pictures. So technologically, we are this capable. And these are the related data that is documented. And also, these are the barracks and how they changed over time. And to our knowledge, the villages in Gadeok Island and the military barracks didn't just wasn't just born overnight, but it changed slowly from 1905 through 1940, and the lives of people were reflected throughout the process. So the heritages keep the records of over a century's memories. So some of these photos and some of these drawings might feel quite new, and you can't really tell whether these came from this particular era. But anyway, the data shows how the information, how things changed over time based on this documentation. And using photos, this is the documentation of information based on photos. And the military heritage, as you can see from the left-hand side, it's not just Waeangpo Port, but you can see the area of Gadeok Island and Jinhae Bay. So the message of this slide is the formation of the military heritage. Well, we say that this is from 1904 or 1905, and from the Gangwon-do province agreement. Well, there are different treaties that are quite relevant. And at the time, we were enforced to sign the treaty. And regarding the treaty, we have the rights to survey of this area. And in Gadeok Island, we saw the creation of pacts and regulations with the stationing of Japanese troops on Gadeok Island. So the military heritages are related to the treaties that were forced to be signed. And in southern part of Korea, you can see these different types of heritages. And this is where the president's condo is located, in Jishim Island. And in Japan, in Tsushima Island, we can also see the military heritage as well. Another heritage that we need to look at is we have the lighthouse on Gadeok Island. So you might think that this would be the culmination of the modern technology, but if you think about the origin, it comes from the beacons of the older times, and it is related to the development of the maritime culture. And on Jeju Island, you can see these lighthouses and beacons, and they are closely related to the lighthouse on Gadeok Island. And this shows that when the Gadeok lighthouse was created, this is about securing safety for the lighthouses. And this is the historical record describing the process of the Gadeok Island. So with the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, we looked at the documentations and verified the information. And at the time, the Palmido Lighthouse in Incheon and Gadeok Lighthouse were looked at and studied by Baejang University. And this shows the general information regarding the establishment of lighthouses. So you might overlook this when you just pass by, but from the humanities perspective, and if you want to look at this issue of Gadeok Island and Gadeok Lighthouse, you can actually see that there's a lot of historical element that is closely intertwined. And with the changes, you can see that the crisis is at hand. When we had a similar symposium last time, we did talk about this crisis. And when we have this crisis, we have two divided opinion: development versus consensus. Development versus conservation. But we believe we have to start from a point thinking how we can make sure that both can exist. So if you think about what's happening in Korea, including Wonju Academy or Cheongju City Hall incident, well, this divided opinion collides, and in this case, we cannot find a solution at all because it will lead to a zero-sum game. Still, before we have that divided opinion, we believe that we can put more thoughts into making sure that these two can coexist. So from the architectural perspective, it covers both the viewpoint from the past and the viewpoint from the present. And regarding the Gadeok airport, when I have meetings in Seoul, the case of Gadeok airport doesn't seem very persuasive, I agree. And the need to have a new port on Gadeok Island, or the need for a new airport, well, I believe that anyone would agree on the necessity of having such an airport. But regarding how to resolve this, I believe that local community has to have the capability, and Cheongju City is at a stage where they discard this idea, and Wonju was another case that was at an impasse. So as an architect, I always put a thought into what's changing and what is not changing. And design was all about corresponding to changes. But history is about pursuit of something that doesn't change. So if these two different things can coexist, and actually making sure that these two can coexist is something that we can make possible. So when the cultural heritage disappears and the recovery of cultural heritages, these are not the most important thing, but what's important is to protect its original form and develop them into future heritages. And for that, we believe that we have to pool our wisdoms and join our forces. We don't need to look at overseas cases to draw some more examples. And we know that examples from the modern period can serve as a lesson for the future. So when we have a discussion around conservation versus development, what we want to see more is discussions around the coexistence of both conservation and development. And before we are faced with real issues, we believe we can start the discussion at this moment. And I believe that the necessity of having a round table that was presented by the previous presenter was a very valid point. Thank you.
방금 가덕도
New airport on Gadeok Island and coexistence of conservation and development. These were the messages.
The next presenter is Mr. Lee Ho-sang, Director and Associate Professor of International University, Institute for Japanese Studies. We'll be looking at the effect of international airport construction on the local community in Japan, the case of Kansai Airport as an example of an overseas case. So, Professor Lee is the head of general affairs of the Korean Urban Geographical Society and serves as director of the Association of Japanology in East Asia and the Association of Korean Cultural and Historical Geographers. He is the director of Institute for Japanese Studies and Japanese Regions Research Center at the Incheon National University and associate director of the Interdisciplinary Institute for Regional Humanities Information at the same school.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. As introduced, I am Lee Ho-sang from Incheon National University. I majored in geography and now I am teaching Japanese regional studies at the university. Today I would like to talk about how when a new international airport is built, what kind of impact there will be on the community. I'm not just going to share the story of Japan, but I'd like to also talk about Incheon because that is where I work. Unlike other presentations you heard before, which focused on what to do with the record and preservation of the past life of Gadeok, but I want to focus on future life of Gadeok, how to write down that into history by mobilizing the humanities imagination. First of all, how do we look at international airports from a local perspective? What do international airports mean? When these airports were developed around the world, there have been many strategies, most notably world city, large city, growth strategy, and competitiveness was a key part of building airports. And from that sense, Busan, what kind of future strategy and city strategy does Busan have in mind in building the Gadeok-do airport? Is it just to rather than taking an approach from aviation traffic in setting up a city's future strategy, how to make the airport a key contributor should be the question asked. And secondly, airport and surrounding area development to bolster international logistical competitiveness can be another aim for building an airport. When we first decided to build this airport, the main reason was logistics. But as the design changed, the logistics complex went away. Of course, land will be reclaimed for another industrial site, but there is no vision for that logistics complex. And third, revitalizing local economy and regional development is another goal. Here, the word local may mean a lot of different things. Gadeok-do, Busan, the Korean Peninsula, East Asia are all local areas. So we need to approach the concept of local from a number of different ways and look at what kind of role Gadeok-do will play. To give it the conclusion first, Daema-do was in Joseon period, and Gadeok-do will become the bridgehead between Korea and Japan. And secondly, direct impact. Of course, the airport terminal may have a huge economic impact. And secondly, it can dramatically improve accessibility. And it's not just about air traffic. Railroad and other infrastructure, transportation infrastructure plans coming out will improve accessibility. And third, logistics industry can grow. As you know, Gadeok-do is followed the development of the Busan new port, and the area is very much port-based. So the logistics of ports and logistics of airports are quite different. Placed head-to-head, you cannot carry heavy cargo on planes. Ships are used to do that. High added value products are used what goes on to planes, but we don't have specific plans yet. And for tourism and for local commercial development, we need to be cautious that airports, yes, we go to airports to travel outside Korea, but we just pass through the airport for travel. We don't stay at the airports to live and shop. Incheon built an airport with 40-50 billion won of investment, but many of those districts are not doing well, including Yeongjongdo. And there's also the services that can develop. And of course, the international businesses and human-to-human exchanges. So it seems like a rosy picture. Will the local area grow as long as airports are built? That's not the case. If you refer to other cases, there are cities that grew with the airport, but many cases where the airport did not perform its role and really became a pain point for the local area. Building an airport, just because a plan is finalized, should not be the end. As you can see, what happens going forward is really important. The final goal of building an airport is not to expand the airport, but to incur local growth. In the Southeast Korean region, you wanted to build an airport because you wanted local growth. Then what kind of local growth strategy would be needed? Well, let's look to Japan. The Kansai International Airport is, aside from the Osaka airport, called Itami Airport, just like where we have Kimhae Airport. But with the growing demand for flights, and because there were no jets at the time, and with the land development nearby the international airport, environmental degradation became a serious issue. And as you can see here, an airport offshore was to be built, and what you see here is called the Rinku Town. And on the top is the bridge that you have to cross to reach the airport. And on the bottom, the colorful area is the Rinku Town, an international new city like Incheon, Cheongdo, and Cheongna and Songdo, role model for Incheon, Songdo, and Cheongna. But this Rinku town underwent a crisis because as the bubble burst in the Japanese economy in 1994, with the Kansai airport opening up, Rinku town faced a crisis. And it wasn't just the Rinku town. The city of Izumi Sano, because Kansai Airport is not located in Osaka, it is located in the city of Izumi Sano, and the city was on the verge of fiscal insolvency. There was no problem before the airport was built, but in the 1994, as soon as the airport opened, the city started mounting debt, and that was the same for Incheon. Everything was fine before the airport was built, but after the airport opened, a very serious debt issue piled up. And this is because before the airport opened up, yes, the construction continues, but once operation starts, the investment has to be recovered, but that didn't happen. And when that doesn't happen, all the municipal bonds issued will be mounted as debt. And even the airport corporation and Airport Inc., in the case of Japan, they suffered a major business crisis. And because the construction cost was exponentially larger than expected, and 200 billion yen of interest cost was incurred every year, and this was sold to a French consortium, taking up 40% of the equity. So, using taxpayers' money to build an airport, ending up selling the airport to a foreign investor, that received heated criticism. At the bottom is the Kansai Airport, and on the top you see the Osaka International Airport at the very top, and there's another airport in the middle. That's the Kobe Airport. Kansai Airport was supposed to be built there, but because of local resistance, it was located down south. So the Kansai region is mainly developed in the northern area, and the cause for building the Kansai airport in the south was to develop the southern part. But because the airport is too far away, it does not link with the city, and the development is yet to come. So there are 4 reasons why the development was not very good, and this comes from Osaka Prefecture and not from my own analysis. First of all, there was excessive expectation for the impact of airport. There was a lack of industrial policy, and the urban planning was too idealistic. This is one of the reasons why the Ringu Town development failed. And that is Japan's own analysis. And ultimately, the Izumi Sano city, where Kansai Airport is located, the population is actually declining. As I said before, the city was near insolvent and the population is shrinking. So the airport was constructed, but did it end up developing the region? No. In the case of Incheon, yes, you know that in number of measures, in the metrics, Incheon has grown, and it is one of the top airports in the world. And there are 660 companies related to the airport itself, and 77,000 people are employed. But the city of Incheon also had to undergo many very tough, difficult moments. After Incheon Airport opened, the city experienced a fiscal crisis and was placed on the fiscal crisis watch list by the central government. And this was because of hosting the Incheon Asian Games, constructing the second subway line, and there were many other civic engineering projects that were concentrated during this time because since the airport was being constructed, the city wanted to really revived the city area by making excessive investment. So Yeongjong Sky City, there are Songdo and Cheongna areas, 4 trillion won went in for urban development. And if you see on the right-hand side, the airport opened in 2001, and every year, 14.5-fold increase in city debt was the result. And that was not because of the construction of the airport itself, but after opening the airport, the city didn't have a strategy of how to respond. So without such a long-term plan, just like Kansai Airport and Incheon Airport, the city will face fiscal cliff. Then what's the task for Gadeok-do new airport? Well, number one, finalizing construction of an airport is not the end but the beginning of local revitalization. You need to start right now about how to revitalize the Busan and Gadeok-do and what kind of island we will make out of Gadeok-do and what kind of record we will be writing. And number three, for this presentation, I looked at many different news reports from Busan. And I wrote down what is missing. To introduce to you just a few of these points, how to develop the hinterlands of the airport. There is no mid to long-term urban development plan about that. According to the 2040 mid to long-term urban plan development of Busan, it says, yes, they will develop the Gangso district, but if you look at the specifics, the Gangso district is from Gadeok-do to Kimhae Airport. And we need to find some kind of plan of how the development will happen. The Gadeok Airport, Kimhae, the new port, Kimhae Airport, and the new port. There's nothing about how to develop those areas. And this one is the BUTX line planned and just out. And the line follows the coast. Personally, I think this should begin from Gadeok-do and connect to Kimhae Airport and then to Busan train station. That, I think, would be more realistic and practical from an outside perspective. I don't know what the Busan citizens believe, though. And as I said, from Gadeok-do to Kimhae Airport, this Gangso line, how to use this line as an axis for future growth of Busan? This is the question we need to ask. And just one more thing. At the very bottom, I write down that absorbing flight demand in Western Japan. The reason for building the airport says nothing other than Seoul. Why do you only look at the land? You need to look to the ocean. There's Japan across the ocean. From here to Fukuoka, the distance is only like this. This is between Busan and Daejeon, so it is very short. And the Seoul and Incheon distance to Seoul and Incheon is as long a distance to connect this place to Hiroshima and Kyushu. So Gadeok shouldn't look to Incheon International Airport as a competitor. You need to look at how to strategize yourselves as an international airport connecting to Japan. Hinterland population of Gadeok Airport should not be the Yeongnam area, but Japan and all the regional residents. I spent the last weekend in Japan, and Japan is looking to Busan because Japan lacks the workforce. There's no truck drivers, and next year the workers will no longer work overtime at night. And so these employers are looking at Busan Port and Busan New Port, but Busan doesn't seem interested. And one last point. Incheon. At the bottom there is Songdo, that arrow there. This land is not yet reclaimed. The Songdo Knowledge Information Industrial Complex, that is the only place that is developed, and the hinterland area, more than half the areas is not yet developed and not even reclaimed. It's been 20 years since the airport was built, and the reclaiming began 30 years ago, but still the land is underdeveloped. So that is why I say the mid to long-term plan is important, and if you look around, on the left, there is the airport, and Songdo wasn't an international city built because of the airport. If you look around, there are many industrial complexes and the Incheon port all located together. So Gadeok should not be seen in relation to the airport. You need to look at the industry, infrastructure, and other backbone facilities and set up a mid to long-term comprehensive plan. Thank you.
예.
Thank you very much, Professor Lee. As mentioned, the new airport and the local perspective of looking at the airport and including all that, setting up a future strategy for Busan should be reviewed. Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. And next, we would like to invite Professor Seo Kyung-deok, HK Professor of Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences of KNU, with the topic Light and Darkness of Hong Kong's New Airport Construction. He is currently HK Professor. Please welcome Professor Seo.
네, 시간이 많이
I believe we are quite behind our time, and we are going to have a break soon, so I'm going to keep it brief so that we can have enough break. As you may well know, I am not an expert regarding airports. And when we talk about a new airport, we are taking on a lens of humanities. So from humanities perspective, how can we pursue coexistence, conservation? So I looked into the case of Hong Kong. And starting my presentation, well, Hong Kong is a unique place, and it's not really same as Busan. So in developing an airport, what would be the focus of development? Well, as we build structures in the ocean, we can think about the problems that might arise from the structure in the ocean, and we also have to think about the characteristics of this particular region. So this is the map of Hong Kong, and the right-hand side shows the Guangdong province. Hong Kong, as we know, it doesn't have a long history. So fishermen, pirates, they live on the island, and this is the Hong Kong Island and the Kowloon Peninsula, which was ceded to Great Britain, and then we have the new territories. So the Hong Kong International Airport that we're talking about is on the Lantau Island. If you're interested in Hong Kong, then you would know Well, the Hong Kong that we know is the Hong Kong Island and Kowloon Peninsula. So the Lamma Island and Lantau Island are not really included. So 3/4 of Hong Kong that we do not know are something that we do not really know. We only know 1/4 of Hong Kong. And in this area, there was the reclamation of land to create this Hong Kong International Airport. And this can be quite similar to the case of Gadeok Island. So on this island, Lantau Island, who were living on this island? Fishermen. And where did they go? So when we start building this airport, we might have similar questions. Who are living on the island and where are they supposed to go? So the Kowloon Peninsula and Hong Kong Island were majorly composed of refugees and residents, pirates, and commercial people from Britain. But in the case of Rama and Lantau Islands, well, there were native people that were living there. So when it comes to the population makeup, it is quite different. And with this new airport being developed, the airport opened in 1997, and Hong Kong was returned to China. So the time of opening of the airport was around when Hong Kong was returned to China. So who are these Hong Kong people? And they became quite similar to Chinese. So at my organization, Professor Lee of the Ocean University, these are his slides that I stole from him. So building structures in the oceans, this is how it can happen historically. So from the sea route, we can see that the sea can become the sea of information. And these are the structures, and we are talking about floating structures that can serve as an airport. So this is from the perspective of architecture. And about Hong Kong, just like I explained, in 1570, well, this was when it was recorded in the history of China. So in 1688, the name Hong Kong was officially documented, and in 1843, from the Nanjing Treaty, the Hong Kong Island was ceded. And with the conflicts, we see many refugees move to Hong Kong. So we see a massive movement of refugees for about 3 times, majorly to Hong Kong. And also we see the concession of the new territories in 1899 and Sino-Japanese War in 1937 and civil wars in 1948, which also saw the influx of refugees. So the Hong Kong people who were registered, if you think about generations, those young generations who were born and raised in Hong Kong. But those who are in their 70s and 60s, they were those who were displaced from other parts of Hong Kong. So the new territories were conceded, and number 2 and 3 shows Kowloon Peninsula and Hong Kong Island. And the airport was called the Kai Tak Airport in the peninsula of Kowloon. And this airport was relocated, and during the process, it was going to be replaced, it was going to be relocated to number 4 because it was led by Great Britain. And at the time, the territory was not Chinese. But if you look at number 1, which represents new territories, the Lantau Island is included in number 1. So it was supposed to be returned to China. So Great Britain did not have consideration for Lantau Island. Originally, it was going to be number 4. And as I study literature, I'm very much interested in Hong Kong and Hong Kong stories. So there were about 20,000 pirates that were there after the Opium Wars when the territory was ceded to Great Britain. And also there was the influx of the 1 million people around 1949. So Hong Kong saw the development of capitalism, and also it was a colony of Great Britain. These are the two characteristics. And before it was returned to China, well, not many people was interested in Hong Kong or identity about Hong Kong. So it was more about, there were majorly pirates or merchants and so on. So in 1997, when it was returned to China, it was more of an adolescent Hong Kong starting to think about its identity. And around 1960, we have this phrase, going to Hong Kong, which helps you forget the trauma of the wars. And at the time, we saw very strong corruption. And in order to crack down corruption, Hong Kong police became quite strict. And this is where the Gadeok airport was located. And now it's being transformed into a park. So you can see that the runway is quite dangerous for an airplane. Well, even though luckily we didn't have many accidents, but anyway, this is what the runway looks like. So there was an opinion, an argument that they need to relocate the airport. So if you look at the photo, the airplane is flying very low, close to buildings. So there was this professor, Yu Zhibun. He was one of the airport committee, and he wrote this book titled From Gadeok to Chetlakok. And from this book, you can see the history of airports in Hong Kong. And in volume 2 of his book, you can see many photos and see collective memories of Hong Kong airports. So this shows how reactive this was. That was in 2014. And when we talk about the possible development of the Gadeok, the new airport, we have to be cautious and be preemptive instead of being reactive. We have to have full discussions around possible issues. So this is what we can learn from the case of Hong Kong, because it was more reactive than preemptive. And since 1960s, why do we see maritime airports? That's because of industrialization. We see more transportation, movement of people, and increased logistics. So in the case of Kansai and Incheon, we saw that we're seeing more maritime airports. So if you look at the Lantau Island, I already talked about this particular island. And as you can see from this map around this area, we created this artificial island, and we see this Chongqing. And the Hong Kong government announced this plan, but it didn't really think about, or it didn't really mention the repercussions this might have. When we talk about Gadeok, the new airport, this is something we might need to bear in mind. And with the development of this new airport, well, all these old villages were destroyed with the development of the new airport in Hong Kong. And where did they move to? To Lantau Island, called Tung Ching, the Tung Ching area.
What's important here is the Empress's tomb. There is a shrine that a shrine for the sea god. And this means that this is a fishing village community. So those who relocated from the island are mostly fishers. The media started paying attention in 1997. As the international airport was built in Hong Kong, the TV media interviewed how the villagers were forced to move and what happened to the villagers. And there were many interviews featured on TV about how they were forced to move and they lost their home. And as you saw on the map, right across from Tung Chung, is a new city that was developed for the relocated villagers. But this process was very complex and people have different memories of how it happened. The town where Chek Lap Kok was built, plus the people from Tung Chung who moved. Mawan village was newly built. And with this mixture of indigenous and non-indigenous people, I want to say that yes, Tung Chung was built, but also the homes that these people used to live were centered around the fishing culture and the cultural heritage. And since the year 1997, people need to remember that culture that was intact. Some villagers did this very well and documented the culture and heritage along with the government and authorities, and they were able to receive large amounts of compensation. But those who failed to do so didn't really receive much of compensation. According to some folk study researchers, I saw some relevant document. And I think this same logic applies to us. And as I said, why did I speak about Hong Kong and Hong Kong people? When the people of Hong Kong speak about their identity, the issue of historical memory and cultural heritage and the identity of the people of Hong Kong, after it was determined that Hong Kong would be returned to China, keeps coming up. The people of Hong Kong says that they are refugees. But the place where International Airport was built, that place was really home to the indigenous people. Then Hong Kong is a place of multiple ethnicities. How do we look at Hong Kong from that perspective? So in 1997, this was exactly where the TV focused on the residents, and that's how the history and culture of this region was rediscovered and discussed. And this is how the bridge is being built and how the Hong Kong will be developed, and they will be definitely a part of China. And just in front of the international airport, there will be a bridge. So not only Shenzhen, but Macau will be connected into a single belt. And this is similar to the Pu-Ulkyong megacity we have envisioned and the Busan Grand Design. So we need to benchmark Hong Kong's case and learn our lessons. Lastly, to conclude, Chek Lap Kok from South China, Hong Kong was always the center point for the movement of passengers and logistics. The relations between Hong Kong and One Belt One Road initiative, what will be Hong Kong's role in Wei Gang Ao maritime economic region and Hong Kong. Hong Kong is becoming increasingly Chinese. And then comes the issue of identity of the people of Hong Kong, and the demographic structure of Hong Kong has always been the refugees, migrants, Westerners, and Asians, and indigenous people. What to do with all this? And lastly, if you go to Hong Kong nowadays, there are a number of museums. Maritime Museum, Palace Museum. There's another one in Taiwan as well. So the fact that there is a Palace Museum here means that Hong Kong is very important for China. Hong Kong is China. History Museum. Is there a history of Hong Kong? Well, they built a museum of history, but there's really no substance there. And there's the Cultural Museum. So what does all this mean? Indigenous people in Chek Lap Kok, are their stories here? How are their stories recorded and preserved? That's why I need to go to Hong Kong. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서
This concludes all the three presentations, and we will take a quick break and we'll move on to the panel discussion. Thank you.
예, 반갑습니다.
Welcome back. In the interest of time, we will like to proceed right away. We just heard 5 presentations, and now we will have about 30 minutes to discuss the presentations with 2 new panel members. And let me introduce the panelists. We have Mr. Kim Kyung-soo, Senior Research Fellow at Busan Development Institute. So he is a member of a number of different organizations. He's quite famous in Busan. And we also have Mr. Chun Kyung-ho, Curator of National Maritime Museum of Korea. He mainly focuses on maritime culture, fishing village, and fishing technology. I would like to give the microphone to Mr. Kim Kyung-soo first.
네, 방금
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Kyung-soo with Busan Development Institute. Well, we are seeing the development of the Gadeok new airport. And for many decades, including the civic groups, we made huge efforts in order to see this possibility. But looking at the presentations and listening to the discussions, I believe that there is something that we're not quite the same when it comes to the points that we agree with. So I might not be articulate, but for the next 5 minutes, I'd like to talk about this. In 1990, we saw the peak of the number of population. Well, the official document says that the peak was in 1995, but it was actually 1990. And the number of population was 3.9 million, which is almost double the figure in Incheon. And currently, it's 3.3 million, and in Incheon, we have 3 million people. So for the past 3 decades, why did we see such a change? And we have about 51 million people in Korea, and we went past the peak. So if you think about when we had, well, if you add the population in Incheon and Gyeonggi, it's about 8.7 million people. So are these figures okay? And if you think about local areas, well, maybe we can go as far as saying that these local areas are not really included in the figures for the nation, and we are developing this 5th runway, and it seems like we're only focused on developing all the facilities in the metropolitan area. I believe that we have to take on a different view. And when I serve as the commissioner of the committee, I always say that we have to have a different view. So from the presentation, it was already covered, and someone said that Incheon suffered because starting from 1990s, in 6,000 Pyong area, well, that is actually 200 square meters, and these were developed. And at that time, if you think about what happened at the time, and now, if you see the number of population that's decreasing. And in Busan, we do not have available resources. Last year, I had this Gadeok Air City planned. I was involved in this, and I believe that's why I'm invited. And also in Nucha area, I already gave a presentation, and I asked them to come up with a clear direction. So with the Gadeok airport, with all the noise, well, we do not really have an available land, because in the hinterland we have this new airport and all the green industrial zone. So the Nucha area was the sole available area. So what we can think about is the only concerns we have is noise. And at the time, whenever we develop airports, it's not like we built just an airstrip. Since 2000, all the cities or all the nations pursue comprehended air complex or airport complex. But if you think about the size, it's only 1/10 of what Incheon has. So I talked about 200 square meters. And I don't know if this can be feasible and economically profitable, but from the airport, we would need an accommodation like a business hotel, but we do not have a site for that. So looking at the presentations, I also understand that we need to conserve cultural heritages. And I'm involved in the planning portion, in planning part. In building the greens, in securing the greens in order to protect the nature. But still, I'm all for development. So let me just give you an example. Well, I was one of the people who prepared this expo-related materials, and in Gangsa area, and we are talking about this new development site, and I was opposed to this development. Even though we have a huge number of population, I argued that we have to go to the North Port because all the piers were developed by the Japanese people during the colonial era. But the hinterland have become slums. And 30%, more than 30% of the population are old age population. So I argued that the hinterland should be developed, and that's why the expo was relocated. So even though we have only 1 month away from the results of this selection of the expo sites, but I'm all for conservation. It's not just about building the airstrip and worrying about noise. I'm not saying that it is development versus conservation, but it has to be something we have to live off. And I'm planning another comprehensive complex, city complex that is 10 times bigger than Busan. So we have to think about what benefits this airport can bring about and for who. So whether it be digital and restoration. Well, about all this information, this is included in the plan, and also securing the park site is included as well. And whenever we develop an airport, there is this noise issue, and which will mean that villages have to be relocated. So we need sites. You can't just tell them to leave and do nothing about it. So those who are living on Gadeok Island, in order to build a complex, well, some of the people have to move again because of this new airport. My wife's family also is in this area, and with the new port, well, my wife's family had to move again. And in the new port, my son joined the company in the new port. So it gave us a job, but my family had to leave the place as a result at the same time. So it's not just about the content of the development, and we have to have a broader view. Thank you. So we have to see it from the bigger perspective. Thank you very much for your message.
근무하고 계신
And next, Mr. Chun Kyung-ho, curator of the National Maritime Museum of Korea. Yes, I am Chun Kyung-ho, as introduced. Well, I'm not sure if I'm actually qualified to be a panel discussing the presentations, but as a working level personnel, I want to look at how the new airport and the lives of the Gadeok residents, and I'm sure that's why you invited me as a panel. So I fully agree with all of the comments, and also the comment from Mr. Kim just now. The matter of development and preservation is a difficult one to tackle. My basis comes from folklore and culture, so I am more of a preservationist than a developmentalist. So the spatial value of Gadeok and the resident of Gadeok is what I want to touch upon. The lives of the villagers have been introduced many times throughout the presentation, so I don't see the need to be redundant. But with the airport and the new port coming online, the lives of Gadeok had to suffer a big crisis because they lost all the cards. And although they were compensated, that money was used to pay back debt, and they practically lost homes and they lost jobs, or they had to work as daily laborers of factories. And this comes from study results. And I was interested in bullet fishing, and I went to Gadeok last year for research. And a new airport in Gadeok is a national project, so the villagers say that they have no choice but to accept the plan. But on the other hand, they are very sad about losing their villages, the fact that they will be losing their long-time homes. So although they accept the airport as a national plan, the fact that the fishing culture will be lost and the community culture, the food, the values, the entire community culture may be lost, as Ms. Hwang has mentioned, and we need to think about this. And secondly, the spatial value of Gadeok. To travel abroad, we may have to go to Gadeok Airport as a pass-through point, but this is a very place where people had their lives and homes, and that space will be lost. And I want to highlight the values of this space and how the people of Gadeok felt and what kind of lives they have led. So at minimum, we need to preserve their life records and show the public. So these are the points I wanted to mention. And the issue of preservation and development is always a tough one to answer. And we heard about the 70%, 140% effect being reachable. Well, so far, this is theoretical. We don't know which way would be the right way, but we definitely need to think deeply between humanities experts and the developers, and through a roundtable, we need to look for the best way forward for the success of the Busan citizens, Gadeok Airport, and the villagers of Gadeok. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chun, for your comment. We have heard the comments from our panels. Rather than giving a direct comment, I think the comments were quite comprehensive. So we have 16 minutes left. So following the order of presentation, I'd like to give each speaker 3 minutes to add to your presentation. Starting with Mr. Liu.
이사님께서 먼저 시작을 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
Yes, I proposed a round table, comprehensive. There are many different round tables around the world, and there are not many cases of having a successful round table in Korea. With this big project of Gadeok new airport, we have many stakeholders and lots of conflicting issues. So why don't we have a very successful roundtable in Busan so that we can create a value for this new airport in Gadeok. Gadeok codes have a strong brand value and it can coexist with the new airport in Busan. And I believe that we are blessed with the natural environment to make it happen. And if you think about the quality of cards, it's top quality. So I believe that this is something we can pursue. And this is not just for cards, but it's basically about creating a culture of coexistence. And this can be a symbolic example so that we can diversify the value of a new airport. So Gadeok new airport, we can actually create a beautiful story for this airport where travelers around the world can enjoy great food and the long history of Gadeok Island. And I hope that this can be an opportunity for us to resolve many issues. I gave you some examples of Japan. And when we talked about the status of Busan, well, we talked about how we can learn some lessons from the cases of Japan. So it's not just about which nation it is, but it's about establishing an identity for Busan Airport. That is what we have to consider, and I think this can be a discussion point at a round table. Thank you. Ms. Huang, please.
The future of Busan is on stake, so that is a large statement, and I think that is in line with my presentation. What I wanted to say is that with the new airport constructed, there are many shadows that come with the airport, and the most serious issue was changes in the marine ecosystem and the possible disasters that may arise. And we heard also about the tangible and intangible heritages, the cultural heritages that should be safeguarded. But the lives of people who live there, the history of these people were never mentioned. So I just wanted to mention that point. With the new port, 2 villages were disintegrated, as well as their culture and history. Nature is able to restore itself, and I agree that nature should be restored, but I'm not sure, and I don't think that culture and history, once lost, can be restored, because once lost in memory, there's no possibility of ever restoring culture and history into its original form. So from a humanities perspective, I wanted to record the history of the sea and Gadeok people. And it's a very difficult topic to entangle with the topic of development and preservation. I wanted to say that we need to take a middle path and set a future direction. And I wasn't speaking from a strategic response. I wanted to say that we need to start recording the lives of the people right away and find a way to do this right now. And so the history of the lives of Gadeok people was anything but easy, and they can present a good starting point for our future, because the natural dyeing technique is receiving limelight globally. And this actually was a part of the Gadeok culture. So the knowledge that the people of Gadeok had, the intangible knowledge in particular, are very valuable. Beyond this being a storytelling ingredient. And we can find actually an alternative starting point to the industries that we have. And this is not up for discussion. We need to start recording right away and documenting their lives. And this doesn't involve a large budget either. When we build the airport, we need to think of what the ultimate vision is. And depending on the vision, we can fully do this. without asking these questions in the policymaking process and not having the right message go out, well, I wasn't sure whether this can be a policy decision based on a long-term sustainability. So rather than wasting time from two extreme ends of this, we need to start right away recording what will be soon lost. And with a very specific records, we need to talk about preservation. Thank you.
감사합니다. 다음
Thank you. Professor Kim Gi-soo, please. Thank you. Well, just like two speakers mentioned, I absolutely agree with what they said. And in resolving this issue, I believe that we need capacity of the local communities when it comes to development and conservation or preservation. I believe that we had similar experiences over and over. So, in dealing with such issues and in documenting such history and how can we keep values, we can actually find examples from other areas. And history shows that we did have some thoughts around these topics, and we can learn from our past experiences. And I believe that utilizing these experiences, we can come up with a better answer. Well, someone mentioned that the roundtable was not very helpful, but from the roundtables, I was involved in these roundtable discussions, and while you might say that these were not very beneficial, but throughout the process of having such roundtables, the messages we got were valuable. Well, it wasn't adopted, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was meaningless just because it was not adopted. So when it comes to development versus conservation, we do have experiences and we do have techniques with which we can resolve this issue. So instead of looking at this issue from two extremely divided opinions, we have to be well aware of the time limit. And once we have the development process, we are likely to be swayed by a specific process. So before that happens, I believe it's helpful for a local community to have the discussions in advance. Thank you.
이제 외국 사례
Next, we heard about the Japanese case by Professor Lee, and your final comments, please. Yes. As I am working for International University, whenever I come to Busan, I often feel that I become a public enemy because I often have to talk about the Seoul metropolitan city area, and when I do that, the response I get is, "Are you ignoring Busan?" But what I was really wanted to convey was that, well, my hometown is here, and I just work in Incheon. So from my heart, I really wish for the future development of Busan, and that's why I wanted to share a few thoughts today. So Incheon also keeps saying and comparing itself to Seoul because Incheon is located right next to Seoul and is very sensitive about being discriminated against. But I hear same stories in Busan. So yes, that may be true, partially, but I think Incheon should have its own values and Busan should have its own values as well. What kind of objective, what kind of future strategy and vision does Busan have in mind to... That should be the key in building an airport, and about the histories and natures that could be lost along the way. How do we preserve and save them? One more case from Japan Inside the airport terminal in Japan, all the animals, the architecture forms are preserved as copied models in the terminal. So as we develop the Gadeok airport, we also need to talk about how to preserve the history and the living organisms. And I also mentioned Gangseo Belt, the entire Busan area. Just like in Incheon or other cases, should make sure that the municipalities do not undergo the same, experience the same challenges. We need to start talking about how to go through a successful path rather than the dichotomy of preservation versus development. So we have gathered the humanists here. For that very reason, I believe we need to pool experts and pool the wisdom and ideas for this local region. And for that to happen, rather than dividing between Seoul and the provincial regions, let's just have Busan in our minds.
다음 홍콩 신공항 건설에 따른
Thank you. Next, Professor Seo, please. Listening to other speakers, well, how we need to have a roundtable, well, I agree with that, and I don't need to repeat that. Well, within this big national event, we have this event in a local area, and I believe that there are many other issues that we need to have along with this national event. And the key word for this forum is blue technomy, the environment, ecosystem, and the development of the new airport. And how can we build an airport without destroying the nature? How can we make it an eco-friendly one? And I told you how the case of Hong Kong and how the airport in Hong Kong was built with the reclamation of the land. And we have this technological issue, blue technology, and also from the keynote session of Jeremy Rifkin, resilience was emphasized. I'm not focusing on development, but resilience is something that we need to bear in mind when we pursue development of this huge infrastructure. And we also have to factor in the history and culture of the human race. So this is not something that can be handled by the humanities scholars only. We need technicians, we need other stakeholders as well. And the major player would be the local communities, not the government, not the central government, but it should be the local community, Busan people, for example. So I believe that the development of the new airport and the 2030 Expo will be a great opportunity for us so that we can be more equipped with the capability. Thank you. Thank you very much. So it is a venue, an opportunity where we jointly discuss the future of Busan and challenges of Busan. We have 1 or 2 more minutes. So if we have a question from the floor, maybe we can spend some time for that.
We are talking about the historical and cultural, ecological heritage of Gadeok, and shedding a new light on this was very meaningful, and I think that this should not be the end. We need to translate this into a tangible result. And I hope that everyone here could maybe launch a task force so that educational and learning materials can be published. there are many relics and historic sites that are not noticeable. Although Busan wants to develop its tourism, Busan is so ignorant about culture and history, and I think that the city government is really doing this the wrong way. And secondly, the presenters and among discussants, I wanted to point out one of your comments. First, from the Busan Development Institute, you said that the gap between Incheon and Busan, and you attributed that to the airport and said that Incheon was able to develop through the airport, but that's not true. Incheon was able to develop with trade with China as Korea normalized relations with China during the Do-tae government. Companies that export to China has to go to those regions to save logistics cost. And during President Nomuhyun, about 10 new cities were developed. The first new cities were bed towns. If they were bed towns, then the Seoul city wouldn't have such developed in a sprawling manner. But provincial companies were all sucked into the Seoul region. So I think everything comes down to policy. So for Busan to do well, I think trade with Japan and exports to Japan should be revitalized and bolstered so that exporting companies that export to Japan would come to Busan. So the political logic cannot beat the economic logic. No matter how much regulation is placed in the Seoul metropolitan area, it is not enough to block all the companies flocking to the Seoul metropolitan area. And secondly, the Hong Kong airport. You said that it resembles Kim Hae Airport, but Hong Kong airport is out on the sea, whereas Kim Hae Airport is on land. So to say that Kim Hae Airport is not safe is that Hong Kong airport is offshore and takeoff is okay, but landing may be risky. Well, I think that is more in what we have, more of the situation we have in Gadeok-do. But the 100% of the airport site for Gadeok-do is reclaimed, so it is not as risky. So just to clarify, thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, we would love to continue on with this discussion, but we do have another session this afternoon, and it is time to conclude. The Marine Humanities session will now come to an end. Thank you for your participation. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is now time to conclude the Marine Humanities session. To the panel and to the moderator, I'd like to ask you to remain on stage for the photo session, for a group photo.
네, 그럼 이것으로 공식.
And with that, we come to an official end of the Marine Humanities session. The next session starts at 4:30. See you back here then. Thank you.
바다로 둘러싸인 대한민국에서 해운 산업은 어떤 역할을 하고 있을까요? 무역 의존도가 높은 대한민국의 수출입 화물 99.7%가 선박을 통해 운송되고 있습니다. 해운 산업은 그 자체만으로 반도체, 자동차, 석유 화학 제품, 디스플레이와 함께 5대 외화 획득 산업으로 경제 발전의 큰 축을 담당하고 있으며 식료품 및 생활용품의 수출입은 물론
해양 영토가 육지보다 넓은 우리나라는 예로부터 바다를 삶의 터전으로 삼았습니다. 우리의 역사는 바다와 함께했습니다. 바다를 통해 다양한 먹거리를 얻고 바다를 통해 힘을 키웠으며 바다를 통해 국난을 극복하기도 했습니다. 반대로 바다의 중요성을 잊은 시대는 고립되고 후퇴한 역사를 기록했습니다. 20세기 다시 바다에 주목한 대한민국은 더욱 안전하고 풍요로운 나라를 만들기 위하여 바다를 더 잘 알아야 한다고 생각했습니다. 해양 선진국 역사에 비해 100년 이상 뒤처진 1973년, 우리는 다시 바다에서 시작하기로 다짐했습니다. 그것이 바로 한국해양과학기술원의 시작이었습니다. 바다와 과학이 만나 인류의 삶을 바꿀 수 있다는 믿음이 만들어낸 50년의 기적. 대한민국 해양과학의 역사를 써내려간 50년의 항해. 지금 출발해 보겠습니다. (1973년 10월 30일) 대한민국 최초 종합해양연구기관인 해양개발연구소가 출범했습니다. 어부에게 빌린 배 한 척으로 첫 해양조사를 나갔던 연구소는 1980년에 국내 최초 해양조사선 바노르가 취항하며 본격적인 해양조사의 기틀을 마련했고, 그동안 경험에만 의존했던 우리 바다를 해양과학적 방법으로 치밀하게 연구하기 시작했습니다. 동시에 대양과 극지 등 세계 해양을 향한 시선도 놓지 않았고 1986년 안산 독립청사로 이전하며 심해저 광물자원 연구와 남극 연구 등을 구체화하였습니다. 1988년에는 세계에서 18번째로 남극 세종과학기지를 건설하고 다음에 획득한 남극조약 협의 당사국 지위는 세계 해양을 향한 우리의 도전 정신이 이루어낸 성과였습니다. (1990년) 키스트로부터 독립기관의 지위를 확보하며 자율적이고 능동적인 연구 기반을 마련한 한국해양연구소는 전 지구 대양을 탐사하여 세계적 해양과학 기술 연구에 대한 도전을 시작했습니다. 1992년 해양과학 연구자들의 오랜 염원이었던 종합해양연구선 이어도호와 온누리호의 취항으로 대한민국의 해양연구는 대양과 심해까지 확장되었고 연구 역량도 그만큼 넓고 깊어지며 세계적 수준으로 향상되었습니다. 두 연구선의 활약에 힘입어 대한민국 역사상 처음으로 심해저 공해상에 전략자원 개발을 위한 배타적 탐사권을 획득하였습니다. (2000년대가) 시작되자 한국해양연구소는 한국해양연구원으로 기관명을 변경하고 국내 및 해외의 해양 연구를 위한 거점을 확보, 해양 부국 실현을 위한 본격적인 행보에 돌입했습니다. 특히 해외에서 보다 활발한 연구를 위해 풍성한 열대 생태계가 있는 태평양 한가운데의 섬나라 축에 태평양 해양과학지지를 열어 한반도에서 만날 수 없는 바다까지 연구 영역을 넓혔습니다. 2002년에 북극의 다산기지를 열면서 대한민국은 세계에서 8번째로 남극과 북극 모두에 기지를 보유한 국가가 되었습니다. 연구 인프라도 세계적 수준에 맞게 고도화됐습니다. 2003년에는 국내 최초로 이어도 해양과학기지를 건설하여 실시간 해양 정보를 제공할 수 있게 되었고, 세계 4번째로 해저 6,000m급 무인 잠수정 해미레를 개발하여 2006년 수심 6,000m 해저 탐사 시험에 성공했습니다. 2009년에는 충무공 이순신의 기상이 서려 있는 울돌목에 1메가와트급 시험 조류 발전소를 구축하였고, 2010년에는 세계 최초의 정지궤도 해양 관측 위성 천리안에서 첫 영상 소신에 성공하면서 인공위성을 통한 해양 관측 시대를 열었습니다. (2012년) 한국해양연구원은 해양 인재를 키울 수 있도록 교육 기능을 강화하여 한국해양과학기술원으로 재출범하였습니다. 한국해양과학기술원은 미래 수중도시 및 수중생활 환경 건설의 기초가 될 수중 로봇을 개발하여 현장에서 활용하였고, 국민의 해양 안전을 위한 운용 해양 예보 시스템 개발, 해양 초고온 고세균을 이용한 바이오 수소 생산 기술 실증 등 국가와 국민을 위한 해양 연구 분야를 발굴, 선제적으로 확장하여 해양에서 새로운 가치를 창출할 수 있는 신산업을 제안했습니다. 우리 해양 영토를 방위하고 기후 변화와 환경 오염에서 국민의 생명과 재산을 보호하며 미래의 재해와 재난을 막기 위한 해양 안전 연구도 놓치지 않았습니다. 2016년 5,900톤급 대형 해양과학 연구선 이사부호가 취항했습니다. 바다 위를 움직이는 연구소라고 할 수 있는 이사부호의 취항으로 우리나라는 전 세계 어느 바다라도 연구할 수 있는 국가가 되었습니다. 2018년 키오스트는 해양 연구에 필요한 최적의 입지를 갖춘 부산에 신청사를 개청하면서 세계 최고 수준의 연구 수월성을 갖춘 해양 연구 기관으로 본격적인 부산 시대의 개막을 알렸습니다. 그리고 2023년 키오스트는 더욱 다양하게 도전해오는 바다에 최선을 다해 응전하고 있습니다. 기후 변화와 해양 환경 오염에 세계와 함께 대응하고 지구 시스템 모형 키오스트 ESM을 자체 개발하여 IPCC 6차 보고서에 참여하는 등 미래 기후 변화를 예측하는 한편 2차 미세 플라스틱 생성을 처음으로 정량화하고 생물 전이를 최초로 규명하였습니다. 또한 해양 생물 및 해양 바이오 연구, 전략 자원 개발과 미개척 대양 신자원 탐사를 통해 새로운 해양 자원을 발굴하고 있으며 해양 공학의 핵심 기술 및 첨단 장비 개발, AI를 이용한 저서생물 관측, 빅데이터 플랫폼 구축 등으로 스마트 해양과학 기술을 선도하고 있습니다. 50주년을 맞이한 한국해양과학기술원은 바다와 함께하는 시대에 융성했던 역사의 교훈을 잊지 않고 앞으로도 우리에게 주어진 임무에 최선을 다해 매진할 것입니다.
안녕하십니까. 한국해양과학기술원 제11대 원장 강도영입니다. 1973년 연구예산 330만 원으로 시작한 우리의 해양과학기술 연구는 50년이 지난 지금 세계적인 수준의 키오스트로 탈바꿈하였습니다. 이제 우리는 쌓아온 연구 성과와 혜택을 국민들에게 돌려주며 새로운 50년을 시작하려 합니다. 키오스트는 국가 미래 신산업을 창출하고 초격차 전략 기술을 확보하여 바다를 아는 국가가 미래의 강국이라는 것을 증명해낼 것입니다. 사랑하면 점점 닮아간다는 말처럼 키오스트는 바다를 닮고자 합니다. 미래를 꿈꾸는 인재들이 마음껏 연구하며 함께 성장하는 세계 최고의 해양 연구기관이 되려 합니다. 여러분과 함께할 키오스트 100년의 항해 많은 격려와 관심으로 동참해 주시기를 바랍니다.
아름다운 바다, 그 안에서 국민이 안전하고 풍요로운 삶을 누리고 대한민국과 인류가 지속 가능한 성장의 해답을 찾는 것. 한국해양과학기술원이 꿈꾸는 내일입니다. 해양에 의한, 해양을 위한 우리는 키오스트입니다.
어디를 발표를 하고 어디를 여기 담당이시죠? 여기가 사회? 아. 안 좋은 일 있었어요? 어떻게 얼굴이 우울해요? 잘 들려요? 본장님? 예. 아. 예. 예, 알았어요. 제가 할게요. 알아서 할게요. 해볼게요. 제가 알아서. 괜찮아요. 마이크의 방향이 없는 것 같아요. 아니 왜냐면 이게 얼굴이 너무 가려져서 아. 네. 저희는 그냥 제가 알아서 할게요.
네, 잠시 후 제 17회
Shortly, the KIOST special session of the 2023 World Ocean Forum will begin. I'd like to ask all participants to kindly be seated and please silent your phones to minimize interruptions. We will start shortly.
네, 오래 기다리셨습니다.
Thank you for the waiting. We will now begin the KIOST special session of the 2023 WOF. This session will be moderated by Mr. Kim Dong-sung, Director of External Relations Department of KIOST. Please welcome Mr. Kim to the stage. Good afternoon. I am Kim Dong-sung from KIOST. Welcome. This is the 17th World Ocean Forum, and we have prepared a 50th anniversary special KIOST session with the topic of reborn and rebirth into value-creating platform of ocean science and technology. I'd like to thank you for taking the time to be here. This KIOST special session has been put together with the objective of celebrating the 50th anniversary of KIOST, to look back on the half-century history and the development of ocean science and technology, and to look to the new challenges that can contribute to the national development by reinforcing the new industries in the ocean. And we want to seek ways and future visions to maximize value and also to contribute to talent development. We are pushing forward Ocean Science Special Zone, and we want to look at ways to utilize good oceans and fisheries technology to promote startups and to help subsidiaries to grow well. And we are pursuing to establish a joint technology holding company. So we will be addressing a number of topics to see how we can be reborn into a value-creating platform for marine science and technology. So during the panel discussions, we will have many questions and answers and discussions, and I look to your insights. The presentations, I hope the entire session turns out fruitful for all of you. So the first presentation will be, well, before that, we will have prepared a 50-year history video on KIOST since its inception in 1972. So here's the video.
해양 영토가 육지보다 넓은 우리나라는 예로부터 바다를 삶의 터전으로 삼았습니다. 우리의 역사는 바다와 함께했습니다. 바다를 통해 다양한 먹거리를 얻고, 바다를 통해 힘을 키웠으며, 바다를 통해 국난을 극복하기도 했습니다. 반대로 바다의 중요성을 잊은 시대는 고립되고 후퇴한 역사를 기록했습니다. 20세기 다시 바다에 주목한 대한민국은 더욱 안전하고 풍요로운 나라를 만들기 위하여 바다를 더 잘 알아야 한다고 생각했습니다. 해양 선진국 역사에 비해 100년 이상 뒤처진 1973년, 우리는 다시 바다에서 시작하기로 다짐했습니다. 그것이 바로 한국해양과학기술원의 시작이었습니다. 바다와 과학이 만나 인류의 삶을 바꿀 수 있다는 믿음이 만들어낸 50년의 기적, 대한민국 해양과학의 역사를 써내려간 50년의 항해, 지금 출발해 보겠습니다. (1973년 10월 30일) 대한민국 최초 종합해양연구기관인 해양개발연구소가 출범했습니다. 어부에게 빌린 배 한 척으로 첫 해양조사를 나갔던 연구소는 1980년에 국내 최초 해양조사선 바노르가 취항하며 본격적인 해양조사의 기틀을 마련했고, 그동안 경험에만 의존했던 우리 바다를 해양과학적 방법으로 치밀하게 연구하기 시작했습니다. 동시에 대양과 극지 등 세계 해양을 향한 시선도 놓지 않았고, 1986년 안산 독립청사로 이전하며 심해저 광물자원 연구와 남극 연구 등을 구체화하였습니다. 1988년에는 세계에서 18번째로 남극 세종과학기지를 건설하고, 다음에 획득한 남극조약 협의 당사국 지위는 세계 해양을 향한 우리의 도전 정신이 이루어낸 성과였습니다. (1990년) 키스트로부터 독립기관의 지위를 확보하며 자율적이고 능동적인 연구 기반을 마련한 한국해양연구소는 전 지구 대양을 탐사하여 세계적 해양과학 기술 연구에 대한 도전을 시작했습니다. 1992년 해양과학 연구자들의 오랜 염원이었던 종합해양연구선 이어도호와 온누리호의 취향으로 대한민국의 해양연구는 대양과 심해까지 확장되었고 연구 역량도 그만큼 넓고 깊어지며 세계적 수준으로 향상되었습니다. 두 연구선의 활약에 힘입어 대한민국 역사상 처음으로 심해저 공해상에 전략자원 개발을 위한 배타적 탐사권을 획득하였습니다. (2000년대가) 시작되자 한국해양연구소는 한국해양연구원으로 기관명을 변경하고 국내 및 해외의 해양 연구를 위한 거점을 확보, 해양 부국 실현을 위한 본격적인 행보에 돌입했습니다. 특히 해외에서 보다 활발한 연구를 위해 풍성한 열대 생태계가 있는 태평양 한가운데의 섬나라 축에 태평양 해양과학지지를 열어 한반도에서 만날 수 없는 바다까지 연구 영역을 넓혔습니다. 2002년에 북극의 다산기지를 열면서 대한민국은 세계에서 8번째로 남극과 북극 모두에 기지를 보유한 국가가 되었습니다. 연구 인프라도 세계적 수준에 맞게 고도화됐습니다. 2003년에는 국내 최초로 이어도 해양과학기지를 건설하여 실시간 해양 정보를 제공할 수 있게 되었고 세계 4번째로 해저 6,000m급 무인 잠수정 해미레를 개발하여 2006년 수심 6,000m 해저 탐사 시험에 성공했습니다. 2009년에는 충무공 이순신의 기상이 서려 있는 울돌목에 1메가와트급 시험 조류 발전소를 구축하였고 2010년에는 세계 최초의 정지궤도 해양 관측 위성 천리안에서 첫 영상 수신에 성공하면서 인공위성을 통한 해양 관측 시대를 열었습니다. (2012년) 한국해양연구원은 해양 인재를 키울 수 있도록 교육 기능을 강화하여 한국해양과학기술원으로 재출범하였습니다. 한국해양과학기술원은 미래 수중도시 및 수중생활 환경 건설의 기초가 될 수중로봇을 개발하여 현장에서 활용하였고 국민의 해양 안전을 위한 운용 해양 예보 시스템 개발, 해양 초고온 고세균을 이용한 바이오 수소 생산 기술 실증 등 국가와 국민을 위한 해양 연구 분야를 발굴, 선제적으로 확장하여 해양에서 새로운 가치를 창출할 수 있는 신산업을 제안했습니다. 우리 해양 영토를 방위하고 기후변화와 환경오염에서 국민의 생명과 재산을 보호하며 미래의 재해와 재난을 막기 위한 해양안전 연구도 놓치지 않았습니다. 2016년 5,900톤급 대형 해양과학 연구선 이사부호가 취항했습니다. 바다 위를 움직이는 연구소라고 할 수 있는 이사부호의 취항으로 우리나라는 전 세계 어느 바다라도 연구할 수 있는 국가가 되었습니다. 2018년 키오스트는 해양 연구에 필요한 최적의 입지를 갖춘 부산에 신청사를 개청하면서 세계 최고 수준의 연구 수월성을 갖춘 해양 연구 기관으로 본격적인 부산 시대의 개막을 알렸습니다. 그리고 2023년 키오스트는 더욱 다양하게 도전해오는 바다에 최선을 다해 응전하고 있습니다. 기후 변화와 해양 환경 오염에 세계와 함께 대응하고 지구 시스템 모형 키오스트 ESM을 자체 개발하여 IPCC 6차 보고서에 참여하는 등 미래 기후 변화를 예측하는 한편 2차 미세 플라스틱 생성을 처음으로 정량화하고 생물 전이를 최초로 규명하였습니다. 또한 해양 생물 및 해양 바이오 연구, 전략 자원 개발과 미개척 대양 신자원 탐사를 통해 새로운 해양 자원을 발굴하고 있으며 해양 공학의 핵심 기술 및 첨단 장비 개발, AI를 이용한 저서생물 관측, 빅데이터 플랫폼 구축 등으로 스마트 해양과학 기술을 선도하고 있습니다. 50주년을 맞이한 한국해양과학기술원은 바다와 함께하는 시대에 융성했던 역사의 교훈을 잊지 않고 앞으로도 우리에게 주어진 임무에 최선을 다해 매진할 것입니다.
안녕하십니까. 한국해양과학기술원 제11대 원장 강도영입니다. 1973년 연구 예산 330만 원으로 시작한 우리의 해양과학기술 연구는 50년이 지난 지금 세계적인 수준의 키오스트로 탈바꿈하였습니다. 이제 우리는 쌓아온 연구 성과와 혜택을 국민들에게 돌려주며 새로운 50년을 시작하려 합니다. 키오스트는 국가 미래 신산업을 창출하고 초격차 전략 기술을 확보하여 바다를 아는 국가가 미래의 강국이라는 것을 증명해낼 것입니다. 사랑하면 점점 닮아간다는 말처럼 키오스트는 바다를 닮고자 합니다. 미래를 꿈꾸는 인재들이 마음껏 연구하며 함께 성장하는 세계 최고의 해양 연구기관이 되려 합니다. 여러분과 함께할 키오스트 100년의 항해 많은 격려와 관심으로 동참해 주시기를 바랍니다.
아름다운 바다, 그 안에서 국민이 안전하고 풍요로운 삶을 누리고 대한민국과 인류가 지속가능한 성장의 해답을 찾는 것. 한국해양과학기술원이 꿈꾸는 내일입니다. 해양에 의한, 해양을 위한 우리는 키오스트입니다.
예, 잘 보셨.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the video. Yes, I saw some new areas that were quite unfamiliar to even myself, and I was able to see some old photos that brought some personal memories. So we will start with the presentations first. The presenter is Vice President Lee Hee-seung of KIOST. Initially, our president Kang Do-hyung, who just was featured in the video, was supposed to present a keynote speech on looking back at the 50 years of KIOST and to present the future vision of KIOST for the next 50 years. But last evening, he was called up to the National Assembly. And so the vice president would instead present both the past history and the future vision of KIOST. If I may introduce Mr. Lee. Dr. Lee received his bachelor's, MS, and doctorate degree from Seoul National University, and he started as a researcher at KIOST in 2000. And he focused research on the isolation and structural elucidation of bioactive natural products derived from marine organisms. He is the vice president of KIOST.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. I'm Vice President Lee Hee-seung. It's a great pleasure to speak before you at the World Ocean Forum 2023, and particularly thank you very much for having me to give this talk. We looked at the video just now introducing the 50 years of KIOST, and some of the materials were created just for this particular session. And I believe that this video is something that you see for the first time. And the slides I'm going to share with you are from past materials, but I also have some new slides added to show you the path that we took for the last 5 decades. And I'm going to also share with you some of the future directions at KIOST. Like the moderator said, President Kang was going to join us, but he couldn't. So I am going to lead the presentation to talk both about the past and the future of KIOST. So this is the table of contents, and this is the status of the organization. I believe that you're familiar with this material. We have 2 research institutes, and we have 4 institute entities, and we have this institutes and research divisions, and we have this management division, and so on. So this is a quick introduction to the organization. And 50 years ago, in 1973, we became an independent organization from KIOST, and at that time we started with 8 doctors. And currently, we have about 2,000 people, including the number of people from our subsidiary and affiliates, including the polar research stations and so on. And in the video, you heard that we started with a budget of 3.3 million won. Well, during the time of establishment, it was about 112 million won, and currently it's about 460 billion won, which is a huge increase, about 200-fold increase. And about 4,000-fold increase. And this shows the major milestones. For the past 50 years, I believe that we enjoyed a quantum leap. So, of course, we did see some continued growth, but we did have some quantum jump or quantum leap. So from the KIOST subsidiary, we became the Korea Ocean Research Institute, and we became the Ocean Research Institute for Korea, and now we became the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. I called it a quantum leap because it wasn't just changing the names, but actually it spans different eras, and we saw great changes throughout the process. So I will get back to this point and let you know why I call it a quantum leap. So these are the vessels. It's almost like a fleet. When my kid went to an elementary school, this onnuri vessel was introduced in the textbook. So in the beginning of the 2000s, well, the basic research activities were not very well known. But now this vessel is almost reaching its retirement age, and this is the underwater robot demonstration center, and you can see how many different types of infrastructure we're equipped with. I believe that you already know this part, and this is about our R&D activities. I believe this is a new slide, new information. And maybe I can improve this slide a little bit better, but anyway, well, in the interest of time, I just got it just for this session. I told you that we had some quantum leaps. So compared to when we were the Ocean Science Research Institute, in terms of academic efforts, we saw huge growth. So in the late 1990s and 2000s, it wasn't common for us to present papers in international journals. So in 2000s, the number of papers we presented was in double digits. It's about 50 papers or 20 or 30 papers. But after 2000, well, we see huge qualitative growth in terms of our paperwork. And in terms of our academic performance, well, of course, we saw huge growth, but at the same time, we saw growth in terms of our practical activities as well. And if you look at changes of our R&D activities, this shows our focus areas and the organizational chart. So if you look at the focus areas at KIOST, you can see that there has been huge changes, but you can actually see commonality. The keyword remains the same. For instance, when we started as the Ocean Science Research Institute, well, defense, climate, territory, these are the keywords that never changed, even though we saw some changes when it comes to the focus areas. These were the keywords that stayed and remained throughout the history. And of course, we saw some organizational changes with new presidents and so on. But we can also see some common themes. Well, of course, the organization changes depending on whether we want to be more academic or more practical. And when we started, we're more focused on physics, chemistry, and biology, but now we see organizations around more functions, with more focus on the functions. So, for instance, this ocean division and ocean resources environment division, and from the names of these divisions, you can actually tell what they do. And this shows that we put more focus on the functions when we come up with the names of the departments. And this is a new piece of information as well. This is from our digital data division. So for the last 50 years, when we present papers, we did the networking of the keywords. I don't know how this is created, but it looks at the keywords of these papers to create this network. And the one on the top is the most common one. And the connectivity, or how they're connected to the yellow ones, you can see it says the EC, yellow sea, taxonomy, sediment, microplastic, antioxidant, earth split. Well, they're in fine print, so some of them are very difficult to read. So anyway, these are the keyword network that shows what common keywords were presented in the paper. So maybe in the next time, I think I can present this data in a more fun and attractive way. Next one about our infrastructure, how we expand our infrastructure. So this is a fleet for R&D, starting with Onnuri vessel and Tokdonuri vessel. And for Polar Research Institute stations, well, for instance, in the Antarctic and Arctic areas, we have these stations. They do polar studies. And these are the research hubs in Korea, in the EC, in Jeju Island, in Ulleung Island, and so on. So we want to make sure that each research base does its function to the fullest. And this is the joint research center between Korea and China after the two countries established diplomatic ties. And we're active in different places. And when it comes to the Pacific Ocean Science Station, it is developing and contributing to providing scientific data. And we provide 2 academic journals. First, the English one, Ocean Science Journal. This is the SCI journal. And it is jointly produced by the Ocean Society. And the second one, Ocean and Polar Research, is a Korean one, and it is recognized by Scoops, thanks to its great quality. And this is the building that we are currently building. So maybe next time you can actually see this building completed. This is the core facility. So at this facility, I believe that it will take 5 more years to finish and complete this facility. And this facility will be equipped with all the necessary equipment to study science, ocean science. So these were majorly related to the infrastructure that we have. And now I'm going to talk about major research performances that we have and what we actually studied. This is a recent material, so, well, these are not fine-tuned yet. But anyway, for those members of KIOST and for those experts, outside experts, well, all the opinions of these players, input from them was reflected, and we came up with 14 major research outcome results. So the first one, well, that doesn't mean it ranks first, but it's just distinguishing different items. So it's on Korean alphabetical order. So anything that starts with ocean will come later. So it's in Korean alphabetical order. So the first one is about the national ocean science policy, how we can establish the infrastructure. And for example, the EEZ and jurisdiction, national policy related part is included in the first one. And the second one is about climate change. Like I said, the climate is the keyword that we stuck to for the last 50 years. So first, smart port in dealing with climate change. And also the third one in green is the ecosystem in the South Sea. And the evaluation of the ecosystem, including the evaluation of the impact of microplastic.
And number 4 is renewable energy. Tidal power generation and offshore wind power generation will be the key areas. So marine new and renewable energy is number 4, and number 5 is East Sea research results. For instance, any research on Dokdo or the Dokdo Sea area. Number 6 is marine environment. So as I mentioned before, environment is one of the major topics that we address at KIOST, in particular marine litter and marine dumping, and the Fukushima nuclear power plant accident that has come to emerge as a major issue. Well, we didn't come to a sudden conclusion about Fukushima's nuclear power plant. We had been conducting relevant research for 2 decades before that. So when there was an incident that arose, we were able to immediately respond. So this is, I think, one of the key competencies that a state-funded research institute should have. Number 7 is Jeju Sea Area Marine Biology and Resource Research. And then number 8 is Deep Sea Mineral Resource Research. Number 9, again, climate change, marine climate monitoring, diagnosis, and prediction of the future changes. So a closer look at number 9, research on the ocean and atmosphere interaction, the typhoon research, geoplanetary system model development. Number 10 is ocean national defense, which has been gaining importance lately. And so this is conducted jointly with the Navy, supporting the Navy, search and rescue, very serious and very important, port monitoring, naval operations. And number 12 is maritime satellites. And number 11, marine, have been selected. If I had more time, I would love to have presented more details and better structure on the slides. But if I get a chance in the future, I would love to go into more details about these 14 research results and also present this in a more legible manner. Looking back at the past half century and the researches that we have done, well, these 14 are the major ones. And so far, I have spoke about the past 50 years of KIOST, how we developed and what was the beginning and where we stand now, the development of infrastructure and research as well. Well, from now, I would like to go into, very briefly, the next 50 years. The mission and future vision are as follows. The mission is, well, there is the KIOST Act. Article 1 of KIOST Act is what you see on the slide. I was able to meet with the person who wrote the Article 1, and he was very proud of this sentence, and he said that the law is very robust. I know that you always see this provision, but it may not be that impressive to you, but it says here, the ultimate goal is national ocean science and technology development and securing international competitiveness. To achieve this goal, oceans and ocean fishery resources will be researched and developed, managed and utilized in a systematic manner, and an outstanding pool of talents will be developed. So those are the means. So this is written into law, and the future vision of KIOST, as the 11th president, Kang Do-hyung, has taken office, he presented this new vision: ocean science and technology for all, and KIOST for the world. So for all means the Korean people, the members of KIOST, and the all humanity. So this is rather a social goal. And the world would be the geographic sense of the world. So I think the person who wrote this vision was trying to find a rhyme in all this. And KIOST and ocean science and technology go hand in hand, and they are a match as well. So with this mission and vision, we set up 4 strategies: global KIOST, open KIOST, solution provider KIOST, and cradle KIOST. And under each strategy, there are sub-targets. So strategy 1 is global KIOST. We want to become and expand the world's best research areas. Of course, that should be what we aim for. Extreme environment, exploration technology, underwater base construction, and marine bio research. Number 2, through multilateral and bilateral cooperation, we want to respond to pan-global crises such as climate change, microplastics, and international research cooperation. Number 2 is open KIOST. Industry, academia, research, and government will form an open cooperative network. We will use key infrastructure such as our research vessels. Well, they are already being used for joint research with universities. We also foot the bill. And in the core facility I mentioned before, there will be new nations that come in, and we will build joint equipment. We will also build the Ocean Science Special Zone, KIOST Holdings Company, and I think these 2 topics will be elaborated by our following speakers. Solution provider KIOST. We will expand research on problem solving, such as desalinization, climate change response. We will create new industry with IoT, underwater robot technology, offshore energy. And this is another area where we will focus our research on. And Northeast Asia ocean hegemony response. So this is about responding to any disputes, the territorial disputes, and legal issues. Cradle KIOST. We will continue to expand the infrastructure. If you take a closer look at that, 4-1, the Onuri is more than 30 years old, and so it is near that it retires. So we are going to find a new next generation ocean science research vessel. We are going to build the core facility, and at KOPRI, Korea Polar Research Institute, we will build a new commercialization center for the polar environment, and then we will build up a shipping digital twin center. And then about the vision that I mentioned before, developing an outstanding pool of talents. Well, talent is an area where we really need more work. Of course, the declining population is one issue, but we are seeing a smaller number of students coming into this area. So to overcome this, I think we need to develop a larger pool of talents within KIOST. We need to have a system where we can train the members of KIOST. We have the basic system in place, but we are going to definitely need to reinforce it. So not only in science, but in ocean and law of the sea areas, we will have a better training system. And that is it for my presentation. This is the image that represents the 50 years of KIOST. It says Cosmotion. We conduct research on the ocean, but we dream about the space. So it says here, ocean embracing the space. So that is basically what represents KIOST. And in outer space, you see that ocean mammals are swimming. So thank you for listening.
예, 부원장님 발표.
Thank you, Vice President, for your presentation. You have summed up a long history of KIOST. Thank you so much.
해양과학 특구.
Next presentation is on the establishment of the Special Ocean Science Zone, and it will be presented by Mr. Yang Hee-chul of KIOST. And in order to build a productive Special Ocean Science Zone, he's going to share with us his input. And he is the head of the Marine Law Policy Institute at KIOST. And especially, marine settlements and marine disputes are one of the areas of expertise. Hello, I'm Yang Hee-chul with KIOST, just as introduced. It's the special zone or special ocean zone is not my area of expertise, but the reason why I came up with this title presentation is because it's related to the vision of KIOST for the next 50 years. And from our point of view, 5 decades is a long history. And with Busan as a medium, we were included in Yeongdo area. So even though we have a 5-decade long history, as a cluster, in interaction with other institutions, we do not have a long history in terms of that. It has been only 5 years. So, we are in the early stages of forming clusters, in a sense. So looking at the next 50 years, what would be our driving forces? In the past, we thought that as clusters, we might have limitations and we have to work with other agencies. So what would be the future directions? So that is why we are considering the Special Ocean Science Zone. So when it comes to legislations, we have 2 similar acts: Special Act on Promoting Special R&D Zones and Special Act on Designating and Promoting Ocean Industry Clusters. So we have these 2 acts, and what's more relevant is the first one, Special Act on Promoting Special R&D Zones. The second one is about idle ports. So you might think this is relevant, but it's slightly different or irrelevant when it comes to Special Ocean Science Zone. So I am going to look at the possibility of a Special Ocean Science Zone in relation with the Special Act on Promoting Special R&D Zones, and do we really need to have a Special Ocean Science Zone? So regarding this, the first one, the objective of this R&D zone is enabling R&D between research institutes, universities, and companies within the region. This has a long history in the Korean market. In 1973, we had the concept of Gadeok R&D Academic City Basic Plan. And it is called Gadeok Special Complex, but it's not just in Gadeok area. We see many R&D special zones in Gwangju and Daegu. So it doesn't have to be Gadeok. So in 2012, we got rid of the name Gadeok, and we only had the name R&D, special R&D zones. So as long as it can produce results and profits or benefits, well, we stuck to this concept of special R&D zone. And also, other than these special zones in metropolitan areas, we have this concentrated special zones in different areas. So across Korea, for the purpose of R&D, we have two different areas where we have different approaches. So at the metropolitan level, and second, more concentrated, specific local level. So two different approaches at different levels. So from 2013 up until now, you can see how two different approaches are taken. One for metropolitan special zones, and second, concentrated smaller level special zones. It requires infrastructure, and on the basis of this infrastructure, we provide proactive interaction. And regarding the transfer of technology, this will be handled by the academia and research institutes, and on the basis of this interaction, companies can create jobs. So that's how these three different players have been interacting with each other. And what we need to consider is within the concept of special zone, we have to think about how the driving force can be linked to this special zone concept. So if you look at special R&D zones in Korea, well, scientifically and globally, well, they played a pivotal role, that's for sure. And from the birth of the concept, they were based in specific areas, and they contributed to providing the infrastructure within the region to attract investment. So the purpose of designating these metropolitan special zones was clear, and we had clear directions as well. And also, the clusters that were included in these special zones, they had clear goals and directions. And thanks to these efforts, building on Gadeok complex, these special zones played a crucial role in driving the economy of Korea. But one thing we need to keep in mind is, well, for instance, in the case of Gadeok special zone, well, it has more than 50 years of history. And if you think about other special zones, which has more than a decade of history, well, let's take the example of Gadeok complex. It was the driving force of the Korean economy. And what are the challenges for Gadeok complex? And going forward, what do we have to resolve? So when it comes to clusters, these are the 4 different stages of development. They're formed, they grow, and they can be sustainable or they can retreat. So if you think about the Gadeok complex, is it in the growing stage or is it in the sustainable stage? Well, sustainable might sound nice, but that will mean that will lead to the last stage, declining. And we have this driving force, and we will need another additional force. So what will be this additional new driving force? Well, this stage doesn't necessarily mean that you will follow these steps one by one. With a new driving force, then you can go back to the growing stage. So development can be generated and regenerated. Whether data is in the formation or growing stage, well, we have to think about the next stage for data complex. But for the next 50 years, for this data special zone, these must be the issues for data complex. What will be the innovation policy or innovation strategy for data so that it can be sustainable? We are talking about the Special Act on R&D. And even though we do have special legislations, this is kind of decentralized. And this covers different regions, including Busan, not just Gadeok. And the central government might be thinking that the budget can be decentralized and distributed to other regions as well. Then, given this situation, how can the data complex maintain its position to lead the Korean economy and R&D? And second, we see this huge demographic change, the demographic decline. And we're seeing a drastic reduction in the number of people who have engineering background. So human resources is something that we need to bear in mind at research institutes. Unless we resolve these issues that I mentioned, whether it be data cluster or other cluster, well, we are bound to see some serious challenges. So this is the cycle that we're going through. So whether it be a cluster, complex, well, you might have different terms for the same concept, but anyway, it goes through these stages from emergence, growth, sustainment, and decline. And on the basis of this model, from KIOST's perspective, is it good for us to be incorporated into the flow of these special zones that these clusters went through? Or another thing we can think of is it doesn't have to be. The last 5 decades is something that we went through as one institute. And as a cluster, we are in the beginning stage, the emergence stage. So we have to think about whether this different development stage is something that is applicable to us, or if we have to think of another possibility. We are seeing rapidly changing environment, not just in Korea, but around the globe. And throughout the history of the human race, we saw these major changes, and we don't know what the next change will be. We're faced with the 4th industrial revolution, and we have to try to find a solution to global issues, not just local issues. So moving away from our past practices at KIOST, we have to think about how we can work with other players and other agencies or institutes in order to deal with global issues at hand. At different age, there were many different theories that wanted to pursue development. I'm not an economist, and I think well before 1800, I believe that there were other concepts as well. But anyway, what I can find is Marshall in 1820, and we have this concept of industrial zone. So what that meant was, well, we can have interaction as a group instead of being a single institute so that we can be more effective. So in the 1800s and in 1900s, they had this idea of clusters and concentration. So in 1990, we had a scholar named Porter, and in 1995, a scholar named Jacobs, who actually put these concepts and adopted the concept of clusters. So the cluster concept that we just started to see, and if you think about where we fit in this table, well, this is something we can consider. All these theories came from economic theories. For example, it started with concentration, we do convergence, and we do joint interaction and joint response. So this can be linked to a national innovation at a macro level. Then when it comes to the cluster or special zone at KIOST, well, do we have to follow this concept, this flow, or what would be the next step for KIOST? If you think about the flow of the time, but we also have to think about how this can be converged with social factors. And that is because we want to be able to converge issues in other fields as well. I believe that we have many foreign cases. There are these cases that naturally occurred, and some of them are led by states, and the Silicon Valley on the right-hand side is something that naturally occurred on the basis of clustering, and this is the Hsinchu Science Park in Taiwan, where TSMC is located. Then last, when it comes to the special ocean science zone, well, if you think about the conditions of Busan, well, Busan has very favorable conditions. If you think about the location and its environment, it has good conditions to become a special ocean science zone. And I believe that evaluation does tell a same story. But when it comes to a possible Busan special ocean science zone, and its possible limitation can be, well, this is a personal view, just my view. But one of the challenges or issues can be, well, when we say special zones, we want to pursue horizontal relationship. But as we have many large major companies located in Busan, we see some hierarchy and vertical relations rather than horizontal. And with this type of relationship established, it's not always easy to start up a company or try innovative ideas. So I believe this is something we need to improve going forward. In Busan, we have two major clusters. First one, North Port Master Plan, and second, Maritime New Business Boost Belt. So within the local geography, I believe that the possibility is there. But if you think about the possibility and if you link that possibility with the future directions, well, it's not very easy. And we can come up with some systems But a creation of a special ocean science zone doesn't necessarily translate into interaction with other institutes or other players. And at KIOST, we have this 50 years history. But as a cluster, we are only in the emergent stage. So we were just born as a cluster. And how to grow this foundation and what would be the driving force for this. For that, we will need a driving force of ocean science so that this particular cluster can grow into the next stage, which is growth from emergence. So when we create a special ocean science zone, these are the critical factors that we need. First, we need some systemic rationales, for instance, legislations, including the Special Ocean Science Zone Act. And if you think about institutes within the clusters, they're in the stage of emergence. So interaction is not very active, and each institute is acting in a more of an independent manner. So that will mean that they can go back to their past practices of acting alone instead of working together. So when we designate a special ocean science zone, we're learning from the case of Gadeok complex. We can think of a state-led approach, and we have to have a clear goal for this cluster. And when we develop these into systems, well, for example, we can have this basic framework act, and also, as we saw the case of the Silicon Valley, well, if you leave a company, then we have this anti-compete clause. But in the Silicon Valley, there is this prohibition of the anti-compete clause. So whenever you want to quit, we want to create an environment where people are enabled to leave the current company to start up a new company. And also, the special ocean science zone should include all the stakeholders and international communities and international organizations. Well, the time has changed. It doesn't take efforts at national level, at a government level, but I believe that perspectives of research institutes also have to change. So in the past, when we looked at the ocean-related issues, well, people wanted us to study and resolve some ocean-related matters, and they were more complacent. So their expectation would be just us studying the ocean-related matters. But what's required of the time we are living today is some global issues at hand, and to be able to deal with these issues. I believe that this is a right change that we need to see. And if we can approach this issue with the establishment of special ocean science zones, well, we have to make sure that we have smooth communication. We do not have any regulatory interruptions or glitches so that we can have smooth interaction. A few years ago, I think it was in 2015 when we held dynamic KIOST. This is one of the things that I touched upon. Well, when it comes to the ocean future ocean vision. Well, the sea, we believe that this is the foundation for the human race, and we tend to think that it will resolve all the issue that we have. But starting the sea doesn't resolve all the issues that we have, but it will help us resolve some of the issues and part of the issues. So I believe that that is the take that we need to have. So with that in mind, if we can establish a special ocean science zone, instead of just relying on communication within our organization, we can switch to a more global issues and global perspectives. So with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, this was a relevant topic, and well, I understand you had to spend some time because it's a crucial issue. Well, like I said, we have some keywords for the future of KIOST, and one of the things is the Special Ocean Science Zone, and the other thing is KIOST Holdings. So I believe that that sets the tone for our future at KIOST. And I hope that we have a smooth first step towards that direction.
And now we're ready for the final presentation. I'd like to invite Mr. Park Jun-soo, the head of task force team on the establishment of KIOST Holdings. We have, as you can see, set up an entire dedicated task force to make this happen. Mr. Park led the performance expansion team, research management team, and technology commercialization office, and he is currently leading the task force for establishing the KIOST Holdings company. Good afternoon. I am the head of task force on the establishment of KIOST Holdings. My name is Park Jun-soo. It is a great honor to present our plan to establish the joint holdings company. I would like to start my presentation. This is the order of my presentation. What is a technology holdings company? I'd like to explain the concept, and then the purpose and background, current progress, content of the holdings company, and the overview of Ocean Science and Technology Joint Holdings Company, as well as the status and cases of other technology holdings companies. This photo is how a car trapped in snow is being pushed by a number of police officers to help the car get started and moving again. This single photo represents the role of the Ocean Science and Technology Joint Holdings Company. This is the main body of my presentation. So a technology holdings company with the purpose of commercializing a technology owned by a research institute, a tech holding company controls another company through equity ownership by making investment in technology and capital, establishing an independent new company, joint venture with third party, or acquiring shares in an existing company. And the tech holdings company is specialized corporation and establish it as a subsidiary and develops business. To overcome and make up for shortcomings of commercialization technology, government-funded institutes, university TLO limitations are also overcome. A virtual cycle of R&D and commercialization of R&D, IP, technology fee income, and dividend payout is the basic virtual cycle we are aiming at. The role and mission would include establishing and managing a subsidiary, technological business advisory to the subsidiary, supporting IPO, merger, transfer of business of subsidiary, supporting financing and transferring technology owned by the tech holdings or subsidiary company, and facilitating commercialization. Relevant law include Industrial Education Enhancement and Industry Academia Research Cooperation Promotion Act, Act on Special Measures for the Promotion of Venture Businesses and Technology Transfer and Commercialization Promotion Act. Our basis would be the second piece of legislation. Next, the purpose. The KIOST Holdings Company will facilitate the commercialization of promising ocean science technology. And number 2, actively support startups by research institutes. Number 3, overcome the low productivity of ocean science R&D. And 4, build an R&D virtuous cycle to ultimately build an advanced commercialization system for technologies and contribute to the virtuous cycle of economic and social contributions of ocean science and to generate ocean industry. Next is the background of the joint holdings company. Low productivity and commercialization rate of public R&D investment. Although there is large investment, the commercialization rate is too low, as pointed out by the state audit of national affairs. And secondly, it is very difficult for companies in the ocean science sector to receive private sector investment. And number 3, there is a rapid decline in the spin-offs and technology startups. This is the recent status. And number 4, specialized assets of technology and universal assets of monetary support will both be supported to raise the success rate. To resolve these challenges, we will establish a KIOST Holdings Company to support and manage technology funding and workforce for the startups. To overcome the low productivity and commercialization rate, we will develop a demand-centric, market-oriented, and advanced technology commercialization system to become a hub for creating new ocean industry. So the current progress, number 1, to commercialize the ocean science and technology, we want to bolster new startups and ocean industry through direct investment linked with demands and the market-oriented startups. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries is aware of the need for organizations specialized in ocean science startup and conducted a feasibility study in March. The task force on the establishment of KIOST Holdings was set up at KIOST in May, and in July, KIOST and 8 other institutes entered into an MOU for cooperation to set up the holdings company, with the aim of completing the setup by the Q3 next year, and we are working to attract funding. And then the content of what will happen. As an independent corporation, the holdings company will specialize in the startup of new technology-based businesses. The purpose is building a virtuous cycle of economic and social contribution of ocean science and R&D, facilitating commercialization of promising ocean science technologies, strategically supporting and managing startups, and replenishing reinvestment resources for R&D. And we will also create big success stories in ocean science, technology, and industries. The role to be played is demand-centric, market-oriented technology commercialization, bridging and supporting commercialization of ocean science technology by venture startups, building a responsible business management system for investment management, raising chance of success for startups with specialized nurturing system, and generating a technology commercialization business plan that is specialized and proactive. Next is the plan for manpower investment. We will have 1 CEO, 1 auditor, 3 investment reviewers, and 1 office worker. A total of 6 people will be the beginning. We will start with 10 billion won of investment. 3 billion will be jointly funded and 7 billion will be attracted as investment. We set up the task force in May, and next March, after the board review and MOF approval, we aim to complete the business registration with the Ministry of SMEs and Startups by September 2024. This is a special zone of ocean science that we are pushing forward. We are preliminarily calling it KIOST Holdings. We want to link the holdings company with the special zone of ocean science for synergetic effect, so that the KIOST Holdings can provide technology, funding space, equipment, workforce, and testbed as a portal complex and a hub of public technology commercialization. Through the KIOST Holdings, we will be able to reinforce the cooperative network among the relevant organizations to support startups, and the Ocean Science Special Zone will be the center point of ocean science and technology. This is a brief description of the joint holdings company. This KIOST Holdings will invest in promising ocean science commercialization sectors and establish and run subsidiaries. It will invest in and establish subsidiaries, provide business consulting, attract investment, and raise finance. In detail, it will discover and commercialize promising technology with planning, establish and invest in subsidiary through technological or cash investment, invest in new startups in ocean science, provide technology and business advice, and raise funding. So it will be a dual business company specializing in startup of new technology-based business by law. It will generate jobs, revitalize technology startups, raise productivity of public research, and build a virtuous cycle through economic and social contribution and promote the growth of venture startups. The total budget is estimated to be 28.8 billion won, and this will be raised through joint investment and by raising investment. Within 3 years, 27 companies subsidiaries will be set up. In 5 years, 12 subsidiaries will be set up. A total of 81 to be set up by year 7. And these are some of the examples of other tech holdings companies. Etri was the first in Korea to set up in 2010 a holdings company with a 20 billion won of capital. KIOST also did the same in 2013. More recently, KIOST, their plan to establish a tech holdings company passed the NST and will be launched within the year. Let's take a look at Etri's holding company example. In 2010, Etri Holdings started with a paid-in capital of 20 billion won, and most of that has been recovered. In the past 5 years, 34 research subsidiaries have been set up, numbering 97 since 2006. And 4 research companies have been listed on KOSDAQ with 15.2 billion won of profits. Lastly, I'd like to say that beads must be threaded to be of any value. Oceans and technologies. There are thousands of oceans technologies, so if we can thread all of them together and commercialize them, this will lead to great results. And the list of promising technologies at the bottom are ones owned by KIOST. Spirulina extraction cognitive improvement materials have been approved by the KFDA. Biohydrogen production technology, again, we have set up a subsidiary. Culture medium manufacturing technology, Alzheimer's treatment efficacy materials, hair making materials, microalgae, high efficiency production technology, and more. So in the next few years in ocean science and technology, I'm sure that we will be making a big success story. Thank you for listening. That was the plan on KIOST Holdings. And thank you for your attention. Thank you.
예, 단장님.
Thank you, Mr. Park, for the brief presentation. So we are a bit behind schedule, and we have very important panels. So we will take just 3 minutes to prepare the stage, and we will move right on to the panel discussion. So 3 minutes of break. Thank you. So I would like to ask the moderator of the panel discussion and the panels to come on to the stage and take your seats, and the two presenters as well.
예, 저희가 어떤 정해진 시간.
Yes, we have to finish on time, and so we need to really rush through. Please find your name tag and find your seat there. So we're still waiting for the participants to come back. Well, as for the panels, For this panel discussion, Vice President Lee Hee-seung will be the moderator. And we have some important guests joining us as panels, and I'd like to briefly introduce them. Mr. Oh Hyun-hwan is the Director General of the Korea Institute of S&T Evaluation and Planning. He was actively involved in S&T policy planning, R&D program evaluation, and R&D program feasibility studies. He is currently, as mentioned, the Director General of the Office of S&T Policy Planning at KIOST. Next, Mr. Kim Seok-yoon, Principal Researcher of ETRI. From 1999 to present, at ETRI, he has been working as a commercialization strategy team leader, R&D startup strategy team leader, and a small and medium-sized business cooperation team head, and has been conducting research on technology commercialization and technology startup. Next, we have Professor An Ki-don of Chungnam National University. From March 2009 to present, he has been working as a professor in the Department of Economics at Chungnam National University, and currently serves as the director of the Science and Technology Knowledge Research Institute at the university. And finally, we have group reporter Yoo Jun-young of Money Today, who has worked at ZDNet Korea and eDaily, and currently covers science, venture, and startup fields at Money Today. And with that, I'd like to give the floor to the moderator.
네, 두 번째 세션의 좌장을 맡은 해양.
I'm Lee Hee-seung with KIOST. I'll be chair the session. We only have 26 minutes. Well, we're a little bit behind our schedule, so we have around 20 minutes. Well, I understand that you traveled a long way. My biggest apologies, but I can only give you 5 minutes each due to time constraint. And I will, well, if you have anything additional to say, you can contact me later on. So starting from first, we're going to listen to our panelists before we take questions from the floor. So the questions can be addressed by the speakers. First, please welcome Mr. Oh Hyun-hwan of KIOST. So please share with us your great insight for the future of KIOST for the next 5 decades. Thank you very much, first of all, for having me to discuss this. And thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. Well, maybe I'm not the right person because I do not have the full insight regarding this field. But anyway, looking at the KIOST's future vision for the next 5 decades, well, in strategy 2 and 3, innovative opening and social contribution, this is something that resonated with us. So for OECD countries, in order to resolve issues of how we can produce more outcomes and performance, well, open innovation is something we need, and mission-oriented policies are something we need. So these two policies are what's highlighted by the OECD in terms of public policies. And I think it's very valuable that KIOST is reflecting on this. We have seen a cut in R&D budget, and the biggest reason is, well, return on investment was not high enough, and that concept was reflected in the slashed budget. So it's not really about the papers, but when it comes to public investment, it doesn't really translate into economic and social investment. So the investment is not really felt by the people in the society. So in this respect, strategy 2 and 3, which deal with innovative opening and social contribution, I believe that truly echoes with our vision and future directions. So with this opportunity, I was thinking about what kind of proposals or suggestions I can make to KIOST, and I can give you roughly 2. So KIOST has become an independent organization from KIOST. when I have meetings with KIOST, well, now I understand that KIOST has become the KIOST in the ocean field. So now it is serving as a comprehensive player in the maritime field, and it has a lot of renowned researchers in the field. So when it comes to scientific policies and ocean policies, I believe that this can be utilized for future policies. And we looked at like more than 10 performances, and first one was about national strategy and contribution to the national policies. Research institutes' participation in policymaking is important, and we could have seen more participation. So I believe that we can provide more support so they can participate in policymaking more actively. The second suggestion is you have different divisions and different players, different bodies. And many times I feel that we can have joint efforts in certain fields. So convergence of different departments, divisions, well, the open innovation within KIOST can be something you can consider. In fighting climate change and in studying underwater resources, well, at the institute level, you can come up with many projects that you can have joint activities and research activities at the KIOST level, at the institute level. And when we have meetings, when it comes to collaboration amongst KIOST researchers, I believe that they already have a good level of cooperation, and this is something we want to continue to see. And last, about the establishment of the KIOST holdings in the public R&D, the strategy is, well, technology transfer is something that we pursue, so it's more of an indirect approach. But when it comes to a more direct approach, including the establishment of holdings, is something we can consider. So with the slashed R&D budget, we can switch to different strategies. And I believe that the establishment of KIOST holdings can be something that can be beneficial. And I hope that KIOST can increase its support for additional R&D. While it does support basic and foundational R&D, but there can be some support for additional R&D, and you can be more generous when it comes to support these additional activities so that you can actually produce some economic and R&D outcomes. So that might be something you can consider.
네.
Thank you. Regarding the R&D budget cut, well, open innovation, the establishment of holdings, well, he touched upon several suggestions.
Next, I'd like to turn to Professor An Ki-dun. Yes, I asked Vice President to give me the floor, to be the next one to take the floor. Well, I have the clock right in front of you, so I am well aware of the time. So earlier we talked a lot about the special district of Gadeok, special Gadeok zone, because I was quite anxious about the possibility of this Gadeok special zone declining and deteriorating. But I also heard that an ocean science special zone is being planned. So when you want to build a cluster, the most important factor would be promoting interaction. And how can we do that? The best way, as we can see in the Gadeok special zone, the most important factor is money. KIOST holdings need to be mindful of this. And such an important element was missed out during the presentation by Mr. Park Jun-soo. Why do we need to set up the KIOST holdings? Well, it's not just only about the individual researchers, but for the different research institutes to be able to grow, they do need investment. And this investment cannot just come from the government. one way to find other methods of funding would be establishing a holdings company. And once KIOST Holdings is established, then how can it make money and reinvest that money into research? Well, the key player of the economy is companies, not funded research institutes, not universities. It's the companies that make or break the economy. And only when you connect to the market where there are companies, you can make money. But government-funded institutions cannot do that alone. And that linkage can be found through KIOST Holdings. As we can see in Gadeok, and Dr. Kim Seok-gyun may well elaborate. The Gadeok researchers have undergone a big change. ETRI Holdings invested in a number of research subsidiaries that were listed, and these researchers have been making billions of money. And that's why the industry, academia, and research institute network has become so much more robust. And so it all boils down to money, and you need to connect to the market. After KIOST Holdings is set up, and you make good money, and you can reinvest that into more R&D to build that virtuous cycle, the most important factor would be facilitating a network. I mentioned earlier that you need to promote the interaction for the cluster to work. So when you establish the holdings company, and after that, you need to spare no effort to ensure that the holdings is a success. And it's not just my personal thought, it is a very clear fact. So to mobilize any and all resources available, well, we do need to do some political efforts as well, because why you need to establish a holdings company, and for the holdings company to be a success, this effort is essential. One example, after next year's general elections is over, at the National Assembly, measure to revitalize KIOST Holdings Company. For instance, I urge that you hold a discussion session on the topic, because then the KIOST and Busan will all come on board. And once the holdings company is established and is a success, this will directly link to the Ocean Science Special Zone. The Vice President mentioned the quantum jump. For KIOST to make that quantum leap, one of the good means would be setting up the KIOST Holdings, and that'll be all for me. Thank you. I know that you have more to say, but you are very mindful of time. Thank you.
Next, at ETRI, Mr. Kim Seok-gyun at ETRI. I believe that he can talk about ETRI's holdings. Hello, I'm Kim Seok-gyun from ETRI. Well, there are many things I can talk about, but I'm only given 5 minutes. Well, actually, I need more than 50 minutes. But anyway, well, there are so many things that I want to talk about. At ETRI, I've been working for ETRI for more than 25 years. And when it comes to ETRI Holdings, as the first tech holding amongst the government-funded institute, it's been more than 13 years. And just like the establishment team, when we studied the possibility, well, turning this into a project and business in the public fund was not some idea that was quite popular or well known. And up until 10 years ago, many researchers didn't really start up their own business. So when it comes to tech transfer and utilizing patents and patent lawsuits to produce profits, well, these have limits. Then what we can turn to is a direct business. Well, I'm a researcher myself, but it's not always easy, and there's limitation to starting up my own business. That's why we established this ETRI Holdings, which is an investment holding, back in 2010. And at the time, we were met with severe opposition. And the establishment investment was 20 billion. At the time, the money was huge, but initially we were targeting for 50 billion, but this was such a challenging figure, so we wanted to start with 20 billion and we can have a capital increase of 6 billion annually. But that capital increase of 6 billion is not easy at all. Well, we would have to love to see President Kang at this venue, but anyway, well, that 10 billion, well, will that be the investment paid in capital that you will have for this establishment? But I believe that you can actually consider the possibility of increasing the figure. And starting with the labor costs and investment, including expenses, operating expenses, well, at least we need 1 to 1.5 billion won. And in order, by injecting 10 billion, in order to recover the return, it will take some time. So, turning this into business, it doesn't happen in a short term. I was involved in operations of Etri Holdings, and what I was attacked or criticized by them was that I need to liquidate. And before the National Assembly audit, well, we were given 3 questions, and the first one of them was the liquidation of the Etri Holdings, and that really caught me by surprise. But they were valid in their point that we can liquidate Etri Holdings just to save the remaining 10 billion. But we persuaded them and we told them to be patient a little more. So just like this Etri's case, well, I hope that KIOST Holdings does not stick to a short-term objective because it will take some time, that's for sure. We started with IT technology, and in other fields, the pace will be even more slower. So it should be something long-term. And another point is that you will establish subsidiaries with the establishment of the KIOST Holdings. So you do the technology investment and cash investment. So regarding the technology investment, well, they were strongly opposed at Etri because they wanted to see their investment returned to them quickly. But with technology transfer, it will take more time. And I told them it will be like a pension. So you can be patient and you wait for 10 years. So 10 million will become 1 billion or 2 billion. And when we did the IPO, it was about 9.2 billion without the technology investment. But, well, a researcher did the calculation and he learned that he almost had the 4.5 billion as a return. And as we didn't do technology investment, he kind of lost this 4.5 billion. But he did the technology investment in other channel and he enjoyed huge profits. So even though we persuaded hard to make sure that they do technology investment, they were reluctant, but now it changed hugely and they know how profitable this can be. And there's nothing wrong with this technology investment. And you can enjoy lots of support, and that will lead to the growth of your organization. So it's not just cash investment, but actually you can consider technology investment. And another point is, well, the KIOST Holdings is not a VC. Well, if it's a general VC, they target short-term profits. And this is not something for the good of the public. But that doesn't mean that we don't care about profits because you run an organization and you want to be able to make money. So profitability and the public good, these are the two things that you want to pursue so that your organization can be sustainable. And if you think about the longer term, well, I understand that you have lots of things that you want to talk about based on your experience. Well, I believe that maybe later we can have another session. Well, one last thing, just 1 minute. When we established the Atrio Holdings, at the time, the president said that after being listed, well, the budget of 700 billion, well, the half of the money can go to Atrio Holdings. So what you can think of is that you can take a longer term perspective, thinking that half of the money comes from the KIOST Holdings and 30 more minutes. For that to happen, you need to have support from an organization. Well, with all the outside experts, well, it really depends on what KIOST can provide in terms of its support to determine the survival of KIOST Holdings. So regarding starting up these holdings and also human resources that can provide support, I believe that we need a separate team of this support so that KIOST and KIOST Holdings can grow hand in hand. So it's more of a collaborative partner instead of just a subsidiary. Thank you.
네, 이거 방금 저 김석윤 박사님께서 말씀하시는 동안 고개를 크게 끄덕이면서
Yes, Mr. Yu was nodding throughout Mr. Kim's comment, and he is the reporter for Money Today. From the reporter's perspective, what do you think? Just recently, I went to Songdo and met with a company with a CCS technology, and that company was the very first research subsidiary in Ulsan, and I asked him why he was in Incheon. He said that it was not easy to hire anyone in Ulsan, and any tax breaks were available to revenue-making companies. And he felt that there was no actual incentives provided in Ulsan. So there are many innovative clusters that do not perform their ultimate goal and roles. So listening to the Ocean Science Special Zone, I was quite inspired, and I think that you gave much thought to the cluster. It will be different from any other cluster so far. Clusters were mostly built outside cities, but this will be built inside the city, and that makes it much more likely to succeed. Openness, diversity can be tapped into inside city, and in terms of human exchanges, there are benefits. And there are many other rich elements that can support the cluster. Gen Z value the quality of life and their work-life balance. So because the cluster will be located inside a city, the Gen Z will definitely prefer that. And one proposal is that do not confine the special zone to Korea. Maybe I think you need to plan it out to become a global special zone, because in the startup ecosystem, the VC money flow is important, but overseas VCs and bringing in some external elements to the ecosystem will be important. And President Yoon recently went to the Boston cluster. And the Boston cluster was planned to be a global cluster from the beginning, and that made it so successful. Busan hosts the Busan International Film Festival and is bidding to host the World Expo, and has engaged in various PR efforts. So in step with Busan, I think that you can build a global cluster here. And on our last note, regarding KIOST Holdings, building a holding company doesn't automatically come to 180 subsidiaries, because before setting up the holdings company, you need internal organizations that are very robust to support the commercialization of technology. And only when you have a robust pool of manpower will KIOST Holdings Company be able to replenish another pool of talents. And Etri is doing so well because there are nearly 60 dedicated workforce working on the holdings company. And just 6 people, I think you said you will start off the holdings company with. I think you need to expand that number for the holdings company to be a success. Thank you for being brief, and from the industry perspective, you shared your comments. And today's discussion really addressed the topic of making the KIOST Holdings money-making company, because this year's main topic for the WOF is blue technomy. So for the development of ocean science and technology that we have always heard about conventionally was quite different from what we heard today. We don't have much time left, but we just have time for one question from the floor. Any comments or questions from the floor? Anyone? Please raise your hand if you have a comment or question. Yes, I kept highlighting the importance of time. We have 2 minutes left. Well, if you have any other opinions you'd like to share, please approach us individually. And the panels, we would definitely have another round of discussion at KIOST with you. Thank you for joining us throughout the session. And that is the end of the session. And the MC will give us some concluding comments. Thank you very much. I know that you have more to say, but we did not have enough time, unfortunately, and I apologize. But through the presentations and panel discussions, we had some insightful comments, and I'm sure this will be a very important basis. KIOST does not belong to KIOST itself. It is a representative research institute for Korea. And for the future of ocean science technology of Korea, what we need to do was the main topic that we addressed from a number of angles. We find some homework to do. We find some new goals to achieve. I think that the speakers today we have invited today will definitely be invited back to KIOST for a more in-depth discussion about KIOST Holdings. We will definitely make that happen. I will talk to the president, and the vice president himself has already said so. So I hope that today's session contributes to the development of ocean science and technology as well as KIOST. I know that those of you in the floor were not able to share your comments, but thank you for joining us until the end. We have 30 seconds left. We have a photo session though. So the World Ocean Forum, 1 minute you spend here is 10 times more valuable than any other forum. So I'm sure that you will be bringing 50 times more value than any other forum. So please come forward for a group photo. Thank you.
네, 그럼 이상으로
Yes, with that, the 2023 17th World Ocean Forum KIOST special session will come to an end. Thank you for joining us until the end.